With a mission to deliver fiscally responsible, highly dependable services to the citizens of our community and the region with integrity and professionalism, this is the City of Albany Commission meeting with Mayor Bo Duro, Mayor Pro Tem John Howard, Ward 1, Matt Fuller, Ward 2, BJ Fletcher, Ward 3, Chad Warbington, Ward 4, Bob Langstaff Jr., Ward 5, Demetrius Young, Ward 6, City Manager Sharon Subadam, City Clerk Sonia Talbot, and City Attorney Nathan Davis. This is the City of Albany Commission meeting.
Good morning. Welcome to the July 21st, 2020 work session of the Albany City Commission. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll?
2.
Here.
Ward 3.
Here.
Ward 4.
Yes, I'm here.
Ward 5.
Here.
Ward 6.
Here, good morning.
Morning. Mayor.
Here. The first item on the agenda is speaker appearance form, Ms. Charlie James Daly. But before we proceed with Ms. James Daly, apparently there are two other people who potentially would speak to this item. Mr. Chris Morrell, who is a dog trainer, and someone from Animal Control. Is Mr. Morrell on the line? He's not. Is the gentleman from Animal Control on the line? Okay. And the other item before excuse me?
Mr. Capers, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Capers. So before we proceed with the speaker appearance form, Mr. Maskey is with us, I see. This item was down on the agenda under Public Administration and Finance Matters. It's my understanding that Mr. Maskey is going to be leaving town this morning and has asked that the Pace Building renovation be moved to the top of the agenda right after the speaker appearance form. Does anyone have any opposition to that? Commissioner Fuller?
No, sir. No opposition to that.
Commissioner Fletcher?
None.
Commissioner Warrington?
I'm good with that.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No opposition.
Commissioner Young?
No, that's fine.
Okay, with that, after we hear from Ms. James Daly, we'll proceed with the discussion regarding the renovation of the Pace Building. With that, are you with us, Ms. James Daly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. James, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. Do I start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I actually came before the board, I believe it was last month or the month before, to initially bring up the discussion of the dangerous dog ordinance. And it was stated that, it did need to be looked at. My main concern was the requirement for Can you hear me?
Now, yes, ma'am.
So you didn't hear anything I just said?
If you could begin again, that might be beneficial.
Okay, I was saying that I came before the commissioning board, either last month or the month before, in regards to the surety bond aspect of the dangerous dogs ordinance, for it to be reviewed and possibly changed to match the Georgia state ordinance as it being an and or option to the legal liability insurance, due to the surety bond being something that the surety bond companies do not do for dangerous dog ordinance. I called several of them, and all of them said that's not something that they do due to the high liability of it. And so the state ordinance states that you have to have the insurance or the bond, but the city of Albany says you have to have insurance and the bond. That's all I have.
Mr. Morrell is not with you today, Ms. James?
He just messaged me and said he was trying to get in. I'm not sure why it's not letting him in.
Oh, okay. And it's my understanding that the city attorney has put this on the agenda for the July meeting. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's on the agenda, and it is at page 8 of the agenda package.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And then the ordinance itself starts at page 9. And the request from a practical standpoint that's being made by Ms. James at page 10, it's highlighted in subsection 3, 10-164A3. She is asking the Mayor and Board of Commissioners to change that subparagraph to the word or. Right now it reads and.
Okay.
Thank you.
Amanda Cox is on, should be on as a citizen comment.
We don't hear Ms. Kelly.
I'm sorry. Was that Commissioner Young?
I was saying we don't hear Ms. Kelly.
Okay.
She was speaking.
There's a Ms. Cox on the line. Is that correct? Ms. Cox, are you on the line? Is Ms. Cox on the line?
Mayor, this is Chris Morrell checking in.
Good morning, Mr. Morrell. And
Hey.
I guess we could hear from you, Mr. Morrell.
Yes, sir.
You have the floor.
Okay, I'm just kind of coming into this, but I'm assuming that we are discussing the dangerous dog ordinance that we have here in the city. And I guess some of the big issues that we're looking at when we do deal with the dangerous dog, because I do get the opportunity to deal with a lot of these cases, that we're having big trouble finding a place to get a surety bond. I have contacted multiple insurance agencies and establishments that would help out with this, but everyone seems to be coming up with a blank as far as doing that. So it was kind of brought to my attention that we have these rules in place, this ordinance in place as far as the dangerous dog is concerned, but it's almost like it's a dead end road. It's almost like it's a no-win situation when individuals have a case like this, because unfortunately dogs do bite. They have teeth. We see it every single day, but just because a dog necessarily bites, that doesn't mean it's an aggressive dog. There could be several other behaviors underlying that the dog is dealing with, that someone such as myself or a trainer could work the dog through. And of course, a lot of it has to do with management on the owner's part. But the big issue that we're having is finding the ability or finding the capacity to meet the requirements of the city with the surety bond and with the insurance. And of course, the insurance is not that hard to obtain, but in the law or in the ordinance, it says that you must have X amount of insurance designated for the dog and a surety bond. And the surety bond is what is being very difficult to get in touch or get because there's just not companies out there. I have contacted several companies, insurance companies, things of that nature, and everybody's drawing a blank. They're not able to even do anything like that. Outside of that, it's let's say hypothetically speaking, we have to carry a $100,000 surety bond on a dog. The only other option then is if the individual actually has the $100,000 that they can put into an account that is designated for that, which, in this day and age, that's just not something that's possible. So I guess I'm essentially proposing that we either amend that ordinance or somehow we have a meeting, we sit down and we talk about some things, some guidelines that we could put into the ordinance where it will still allow people to have their dog, maybe some sort of program where the dog has to go to a training facility. And again, I'm not here to advertise my own business, but just some professional trainer that has dealt with dogs that in this capacity, but maybe they have to go through a training program, almost like a reformation type deal, and the owner has to go through handler schools or handler training where they can manage the dog. And then, of course, I'm in a total agreement that the dog has to be contained. There's no qualm there whatsoever. I believe that the dog should be behind a locked fence. I believe there should be signs up. I believe that there should even be an interior kennel set up to where if the dog gets out of the kennel, then now it's still inside of a yard that's fenced in and safe for people around. But I think that where we're at right now with the ordinance and with the need for something like a surety bond like that, it sets it up to fail. I know for just right off the top of my head, there's 3 or 4 dogs that are sitting in Albany, Maine right now that are really good dogs. I've actually went and got them out, brought them to my home, worked them around my home. I do have the setup here where dogs are completely safe. They're not able to get out under any circumstances. I've witnessed these dogs around other people, and they're completely fine. Dogs have bad days just like people do. But at the same time, I feel like at this point, we're making it so difficult to where owners just cannot afford to have a dog that has bitten someone before gets deemed dangerous.
Okay.
And of course, again,
go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Morrell. That's I appreciate it. We getting 5 minutes for yours, and you weren't registered to speak. So if you could close it down, I'd appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Well, no, that's the big thing there. I was asked to attend the meeting from several owners that are having issues with this, and again, I'm here to help. I'm on the same team. So if you guys need anything, just let me know. I'm glad to help out with anything I can. And certainly just want to make it to where owners are able to keep dogs as long as they are in the capacity that we need them to be.
Okay, thank you. And
yes, sir. Thank you.
Is Mr. Capers on the line? Is Mr. Capers on the line?
Yes, Mayor, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Capers, did you have a comment on this issue?
Yes. This ordinance was drafted and approved by the commissioners. Okay, so therefore, I'm sure they did research and saw that that people was able to obtain everything that was required for this ordinance. Also, the attorney, Mr. Davis, it went before him, and we also went to court, and Judge Weaver required that they also require to get the bond. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. Anybody have any questions of Ms. James? Anybody have any? questions of Mr. Morrell?
Are you going around the horn? Or?
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem, any questions of Ms. James?
No comment.
I'll tell you what, why don't we just, if you have any questions of Ms. James, Mr. Morrell, or Mr. Capers, any questions of any of the speakers?
Well,
No question.
just real quick, Mr. Capers, and of course, I have the utmost respect for this man right here and his position and what he does for the city.
No, Mr.
I do understand that the ordinance is in place and the judge ruled on the ordinance, but what I'm trying to, I guess my question is, how are we going to be able to get these bonds? It's not, I have literally.
Mr. Morrell, that's an issue. Commissioner Fuller, you have any questions for any of these speakers?
No, sir, no questions.
Commissioner Fletcher, any questions for any of these speakers?
No questions.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yes, Mr. Capers. One of the pieces of data that was provided to us is in the last 10 years, we've only had 9 dangerous dog hearings. Has this issue ever surfaced with those? And I guess this is one of the 9. So the question is, has this issue ever surfaced with the other 8 hearings? Or what was the result of those? Just, I know it's been over 10 years, but do you remember anything of the other 8 hearings? Or I guess.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can now.
Sir, yes. In reference to those cases, 2 dogs, one went back to the owner, and he did comply with the requirements to keep his animal and not be confiscated and disposed of. The other one is the case that we're talking about now with the 2 Rottweilers. The other ones was euthanized.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Miss James, just sitting here while we're talking on my computer. Paid.
It's impossible. So they want you to have $1,000 in cash in order to get them, which most surety bonds, you pay a monthly fee and that covers your bond. With dangerous dogs, they refuse to do it the same way as a regular surety bond because of the liability. So it makes it impossible to be able to get, which is why I'm sure the other 8 dogs were euthanized.
Okay. So for $30,000,
the one company that I called, that was their explanation.
okay. Do you have any idea how much medical bills the victim had from your incident?
No, but I do also have the insurance. My question was, when it all first started, was if Ben had insurance, liability insurance to cover both.
Okay, so the victim, you don't know what his medical bills were. Do you know how much work he missed because of the incident?
No, sir. The information was not provided.
Okay, do you know how his life will be impacted going forward because of the
information was not provided to me?
Okay. But
no.
The other question, I was reading the incident report. It appeared that I guess you had a male and a female, and your female was pregnant, and you were allowed to have those puppies.
Yeah.
How many puppies did she end up having?
She had 12 altogether. 2 of them died.
Did you sell those puppies?
I sold some of them. I gave some of them away. they all went to different homes.
Okay. So this was a business transaction for you then?
No, initially it wasn't. My mail was supposed to get fixed after I got him, but I was trying to wait till he was only 13 months at the time, I believe. So again, I gave a large amount of them away to people who I knew would be able to take care of a Rottweiler.
Okay. So I think some of your statements were false. It is possible to get a bond. It's just really, really expensive. It's really, really expensive. The incident that happened ends up having a lot of medical bills. The victim very well could have died if his wife had not intervened. It is very, very practical, very possible that this gentleman could have passed away because of your dogs. That's why it's $30,000. I don't believe that it's impossible. It's just really expensive. When you have a dangerous dog that attacks a citizen, I think it is a very serious situation. So really possible to get a I believe your statement of impossible is not correct at all. So really our job as commissioners is to determine, I guess, the value of citizens' life, because really the gentleman that was attacked is how much is it worth? How many medical bills? How much time away from work is it worth to have dangerous dogs in our neighborhoods of our city? And so I really didn't get this information until yesterday, and I'm honestly very concerned and very upset after talking with the victim yesterday. I talked with citizens in the neighborhood. They were not aware that we were discussing this today. I hope that many of them are listening right now, because I tried to get the word out late last night to the neighborhood. And this is it's not something that I support at all, changing our ordinance. If anything, I think we ought to make it more of a challenge when a dog attacks a person. My question is, why have we not euthanized this dog? He almost killed a citizen, but yet we want to reduce the amount of bond, the amount of insurance, and try to let this dog out after he mauled, permanently deformed a man's leg, has changed his ability to live life, as well as the emotion that goes with that. And we want to entertain reducing what's required. So you get the gist of where I'm coming from. I believe that we'll have some significant citizen outrage in our community if we lower this standard because of the information that was obtained yesterday about the incident and the citizens. I assume the animal board made their ruling. I believe, what I understand, majority of the neighborhood went to the hearing that happened last October. So there's a lot of people that's involved in this now, and I believe that we need to not reduce the requirements of a dangerous dog. But thank you, Mayor.
You skipped.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Langstaff.
Thanks. Hey, when I was reviewing our ordinance, or the ordinance that Nathan had put in the pack, it says that the insurance and the surety bond will be in an amount equal to the minimum required under state law. And a quick Google search says that's $50,000, which is really not that much for the damage a dog can cause. And Nathan, do you know, is that the correct amount? Am I right? It's 50 grand?
That's the last time I looked, that was the number. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll throw it out there. I mean, Commissioner Worthington was talking about the medical bills involved. You know, we don't really know what those were, but 50,000 seems pretty low to be able to keep a dangerous dog. So that's something to think about. I assume we could put whatever amount we wanted to. It wouldn't just have to be the state minimum. That's the only comment I got.
Thank you. Commissioner Young?
I guess my question would probably be for the city attorney, and just what is the function of a surety bond versus just regular insurance? What does the surety bond do differently that the does not do, or what's the difference with those?
Well, the difference, can everybody hear me? The difference is that someone who's injured then can file a direct action against the surety bond company itself, which is, a matter in front of a jury, very compelling. So that's the advantage of having a surety bond, and the money is available to reimburse the injured party. Thank you.
And I guess my other question would be, I guess to should be saved and the owner allowed to reclaim the dog with the insurance and the surety bond and the caging, all of that, versus euthanizing the dog. Who makes that determination?
Till
the incident met the criteria for the dog to be euthanized?
Well, I think
versus
that
the owner reclaiming the dog?
Well, I think the requirement was met when the three-person animal control board heard all the evidence and made a written decision in that regard. And then I think Capers works very closely with the Humane Society, and they, in effect, are holding on to the decision is made. Capers requirements meaning what's in the ordinance, and it hadn't been met to this.
Mr. Capers, can you tell me what the difference is in terms of you all making a decision whether or not to allow a dog to return to its owner, or how do you all make that decision versus euthanization and the circumstances surrounding the biting incident?
Mr. Capers, did you hear Commissioner Young's question?
Yes, I did. And the difference is, like I said, they ruled to allow her to come into compliance. We went to court. She was found in contempt because she did not comply. And so the city rested, and we released the animal into the custody of the Humane Society. And they have the option of how they want to dispose of the animal. So therefore, the city has no fight in it anymore.
But who ultimately makes the decision as to whether or not the dog is euthanized, or having allowed the owner to go through the process of reclaiming the dog? Is that you or the judge, or how does that happen?
Okay, so like I said, we went to court and she was found in contempt, and we released custody to the Humane Society. Therefore, the animal should not be returned back to the owner because she did not comply. But the Humane Society wants to be a no-kill shelter, so they're trying to find a foster home for the animal. That's what I'm being told by the director.
Okay, so I don't know. It still seems to be some disconnect. I'm still going back to what Commissioner Worthington was saying in terms of whether or not this dog should have been allowed to return to its owner if the injuries to that dog were sufficient enough, somebody to say, hey, this dog cannot be retrained, cannot be redeemed, this dog should be euthanized. Who makes that determination?
Commissioner, again, the board decided that the dog should not be euthanized. I was totally against it.
Okay, the Humane Society board.
No, sir, the Animal Control Board. We have a board that we go before, and they have a hearing, and they have a ruling, and the board, decided to give them a chance to comply, which I was totally against.
Okay.
Commissioner, I think the answer that you're looking for is nobody that actually comes in contact with the dog makes those decisions. That's what I was saying. The dog should be evaluated by someone that has actually been around dangerous dogs and dealt with them to understand if this dog can indeed be reformed, so to speak, or if it should be.
Mr. Morrell, you need to address the chair before you start answering. Did you want to hear Mr. Morrell's explanation?
Yeah.
Okay. First, is Mr. Capers finished? Have you answered Commissioner Young's question to your satisfaction?
Yes. Like I said, I was totally against it, but the board decided to allow her to come in compliance.
Okay.
But she did not.
Okay. And Mr. Morrell, now you can provide your explanation.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I didn't realize that there were certain ways to go about it, so I apologize. I won't speak out of term again. But the answer to your question, Commissioner Young, is that really has taken the time with the dog to evaluate the dog, makes those decisions. We look at, and I say we, I don't mean me at all, the people that make these decisions look at what happened on a piece of paper. They speak to the victim. Of course, they try to get all sides of the story, but they don't actually look at the dog. And that's the big thing. I'm with in the fact that dangerous dogs that the desire to attack people, yes, they don't need to be. I have no. It's just one of those things that just have bad days sometimes, and that doesn't necessarily mean that they're a dangerous dog or a vicious animal, or they'll ever even bite again. But a proper evaluation of the dog should be done before you make a decision of something like that.
Mr. Mayor, may I interject something?
Get it. We let Commissioner Young finish? Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to lastly say I do understand the viciousness of, and I did see the pictures of that particular incident, and that does give me, some worry as to who made the decision to allow these dogs to go back. But in terms of the process and how we evaluate, we need to, just kind of take a strong look at that, who's making the decision to allow those dogs back to the owners, as well as the surety bond issue, because it does appear that we're doing something above and beyond what's calling for. And I do understand Commissioner Warburton's point in terms of this particular case, where all cases are not like this case. And I think where the rubber meets the road is whether or not who decides, who gets to decide whether or not this is a dangerous dog and should be subject to the provisions in the dangerous dog law to get the surety bond and go through all those requirements. So I'll leave it at that, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Warburton.
I have to somewhat disagree with Ms. Morrell respectfully. If you look at most of the documents that were given to us, they were all signed by Dr. Steve Watley, who is a veterinarian in town, very respected, experienced veterinarian. So whenever the animal this was one of my follow-up questions to the commissioner, to the city clerk, is I don't know who's on the animal board. I see in one of our notes that Lee was appointed to the board, but I don't know who else is on that board. From our city clerk yesterday, and the animal board wasn't on our list. So that was one of my questions. But going back to my first point, if you look at some of the signatures, you have and you have Dr. Watt, who is he's on the board. I don't know who else is on the board. All those folks are very experienced dealing with animals every day, multiple animals every day. So I would seem to respect their decision and think that if they made a decision to euthanize an animal, that they know what they're talking about. They've dealt with aggression. They've dealt with all types of breeds of dogs. And so I would certainly respect Dr. Watley's decision if he made a decision to euthanize an animal. But I guess that's my question to Mr. Davis or City Clerk is animal make appointees to. It wasn't on our list of boards, but I would like to get a list of those people that are on the board. Dr.
At the hearings, there's always a veterinarian, APD, and a director of the Humane Society. Those three constitute the board.
Okay, so Dr. Watley is our only appointee to that process?
Yes, sir. And from a practical standpoint, yes.
Okay, so we have one board appointee to the collection of people you just talked about. The other ones are staff. They're on, they're employed.
Well, one staff, APD, but the Humane Society, they're an independent. That's the advantage is the veterinarian is independent as well as the Humane Society.
Okay, so if I look at this report, it was signed by May Gillespie, Quintessa Jackson. They were both with the Humane Society, Dr. Stephen Watley, and then Captain Kenita Tyler. Would that that would constitute the 4 people of the board at this time?
Yes, so sometimes the Humane Society may have one there at the hearing, but those are the individuals that heard the evidence and a hearing, the inflection and the voices, the witnesses, the meaning consideration. Then everybody leaves the room and the board discusses what their decision will be or won't. And then when they reach a conclusion, invited back in, the public was there, as you already pointed out. Again, they announced their decision, and I do my best to write it up.
Mr. Mayor, this is Charlie. May I say something?
Briefly.
I just wanted to, as far as the Humane Society, because they were the ones that have been trying to help me get my dogs back. Miss May herself, after she was actually able to spend time with the dogs, herself, I have text messages where she said that they're not dangerous. Miss Lulu, who also is one of the directors, she's the same thing.
Miss James, hold on. Well, let's don't. Okay. All right. We do, and everything else, but that staff at the Humane Society indicated the dogs are, is that correct? Thank you. We individual Miss Amanda Cox. Is Miss Cox on the line? Is Miss Amanda Cox on the line? Well, I just want to speak to this. I think it'd be beneficial as going through my mind, I said there has to be, and this is, I think, what had Commissioner Young confounded some or judicial determination as to when an animal should be euthanized. Apparently, that decision is made by the Animal Control Board. Is that correct, Mr. Davis? Okay. Can we just,
Mr. Davis?
Yeah.
That is looked at by the Animal Control Board, but I've also understood that no matter the decision or whatever, Capers and the Humane Society also work together in the Humane Society to pay like they're doing now or whatever, or end up with making the euthanasia.
Okay. Thank you. Can we just get an explanation of that process, Mr. Davis? Weeks?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to, I just want to speak to this item. What is, there's no practical reason to an insurance policy and a surety bond. If you want to do what Commissioner Langstaff's saying and go up to 100,000, I mean, I don't have any problem with that, or whatever figure you want to go up, increase to. But I don't see, this is like having to, on your automobile, the liability policy and the shame incident. Whether you'd have any more coverage, because the insurance companies might say we're both going to pay half the policy limit. This is first thing, I guess, Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, I'd like to see what, if I could get the minutes from when this decision was made. It makes absolutely no sense to me why you would require a liability policy and a surety bond, because they both are covering the same thing. And this is what my concern is. It's not about these animals. I mean, I personally have concerns about the entire, all Rottweilers, Pit Bulls, Dobermans. Certain dogs I think are just genetically or inherently aggressive. And my concern here is there is absolutely no reason to make this requirement. And what I think you're doing is counterproductive, because we could go in over town and there are many dogs, primarily pit bulls, that are going to be tethered to some steel pipe. By and large, I doubt those people have any insurance whatsoever that own these dogs. So if you make the obtaining the insurance prohibitive, then I don't think people are going to quit buying pit bulls and Dobermans and Rottweilers. I think they're just going to quit purchasing the insurance. And I just, like I say, I would like, Madam Clerk, I would like to see what the reasoning was, what logical basis there would be for requiring both a liability policy and a surety bond. If you want to require that the policy is, the limits are higher, that, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with that. I understand. I can't imagine being attacked by an adult Rottweiler. I mean, the dogs are intimidating as it is. And Ms. James and Mr. Morrell, they've explained, well, the premiums are so high. They're so high because these dogs attack people. And I am not, my sympathy here is not with Miss James and other people who own these type dogs, other than I know she has a great deal of affection probably for these dogs and misses them. But in a city where people live in close proximity, I have problems with people having these breeds of dogs anyway. But my in addition to a liability policy, the rationale would be to increase the amount of the liability coverage. So could get, Madam Clerk, but I have told Ms. James that I would make the effort to submit this proposal, and that is what my thinking is. It is not that we don't need to require insurance coverage from people who own dangerous dogs. It is just that there is no, I can see no rational reason for requiring a liability policy and a surety bond, and that's my thinking on this. But with that, again, is Miss Amanda Cox on the line? Miss Kelly, did Miss Cox call in? Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Young.
Yeah, could I make a I guess a rebuttal to your comments?
Yes, sir.
Now, I understand what you're saying, but I think, you know, some probably a little bit more information in terms of the behavior of these breeds of dogs is necessary. I lived in a state where, you know, dog ownership and pet ownership is a very a very big thing. I know we do dogs a little bit differently here in the South, but I would understand. I would like it to be understood that a lot of these pet owners are very responsible, but it does not always come down to the breed of dog. Sometimes it's just how these dogs are treated, how these dogs are handled by their owners. So I would not really think it's a smart move to kind of get into kind of stereotyping dog breeds, and maybe the trainer, if allowed, to speak to that a little bit. But I think what we should do is handle this on a case-by-case basis. I totally agree with you that was my question about what was the difference between the surety bond and the insurance, because that just sounded kind of, you know, convoluted to me. I didn't understand it either, but I thought there may have been a legal rationale behind it that I didn't know about. So that's why my question went to Attorney Davis about what the difference was. And I do kind of see his point in that if there's a pot of money sitting somewhere versus having to tangle with an insurance company about, you know, what their coverage offers them, maybe that's the difference. I'm not sure, but I do agree with you about that particular insurance. But there are a lot of good, responsible pet owners who love their dogs like people love their kids. So I don't want us to create an issue with folks who have are doing the right thing about their pets. Things happen. I have also done a little bit of research, and I understand that Miss James has always has been known to be responsible with her pets. This was an unfortunate incident for the victim, also, and for her. But we know we have to make people whole in light of situations like this. But let's try to deal with it on a case by case basis without kind of stigmatizing what can happen, because that doesn't help other people. We got a whole set of Rottweiler owners, Pit Bull owners, then all of a sudden we're looking at them, oh, you got to get all this stuff with your dog, and they've been doing the right thing the whole time, and their dog is okay. That's the reason I assume we have the process that we do, so that it can be determined whether this dog is a dangerous dog or not. It's not a dangerous breed ordinance. It's a dangerous dog ordinance, and I would appreciate it if you would to allow I couldn't remember his name, but the breeder to speak to this issue in terms of dangerous breeds that a lot of people think, but I don't know if that's something that bears that sentiment out.
Mr. Morrell, are you still online?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
Could you briefly speak to what Commissioner Young had, the issue he raised?
Yes, sir. And I will be brief on this. He is exactly right. I mean, saying saying that a particular dog breed, I mean, there's stereotypes for a reason, just like with people. However, to say that a pit bull is a vicious animal, or a Rottweiler is a vicious animal, I've owned both. I still have 4 Rottweilers personally, but I have been bitten more by Australian Shepherds and Chihuahuas than I have Rottweilers. And to say that to be breed discriminate is a little ignorant on the ends of not knowing the full scale of dog. Any dog with teeth, Mayor, is going to bite. I mean, that's just how it is. But not necessarily just because it's a pit bull, it's going to bite. Not necessarily just because it's a Rottweiler, it's going to bite. And I do understand the tragic time that the victim had. I mean, I have been in that position before. I had been attacked by dogs before. We build protection dogs here. It's just something that happens. But the big thing I was trying to, my stake in the game is just making sure that someone is there to properly evaluate the dog on a case-by-case basis, just like Commissioner Young pointed out, because not all dogs can be grouped into that scenario. It's kind of like I have a shaved head. That doesn't mean that I'm a skinhead and I don't like black people. That means that I just don't have hair. You know what I mean? So you can't really group me into that same group just because there are people that look like me that have a messed up way of thinking. But yeah, he's exactly right. To discriminate against a dog breed just because it's a certain breed, that's really not the way to go about it. And my thing is this, Mayor, I'm for whatever you guys decide to do, but I don't mind evaluating dogs like this on a case-by-case basis. So I'm just here to help. But the big thing is we can't say a dog bit somebody, no matter how bad the bite is, a dog bit somebody, so therefore it's a dangerous dog at all times, because dogs do have bad days just like people. We make poor decisions every day. That doesn't necessarily dictate who we are as people. We just had a lapse in our day, and we ended up making a really poor decision. So I'll end on that unless there's any other questions. But I'm with Commissioner Young on this. I'm also with you on this, saying that you can't have 2 of the same policies and expect more coverage. The coverage is the coverage. But I would just like it. I would like to see it to where everybody at least has the opportunity to do what's right with the dogs that they have. I think a containment system is in order. I think a concrete slab or some way where the dog can't dig out, a bolted on roof where the dog can't get over the top, a locked latch. And I'm not necessarily speaking to these particular dogs. I'm just speaking to dogs in the future. But yeah, that's there should be an ordinance. But I'm with you as far as your thoughts on the insurance and the surety bond. I'm with Commissioner Young. And again, I don't want to see anybody get attacked by dogs either. That's no fun. It's not a good position to be in. But we don't need to necessarily say they're Rottweilers, so they're going to bite people. They're vicious. They're pit bulls. They're going to bite people. They're vicious, because there is a lot to do with. Even though genetics do play a part in that, there's a lot to how the dog is raised and how the dog is treated. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I be heard?
What?
Mayor, this is Commissioner Fuller. Could I ask a question, please, to Nathan?
Excuse me, Commissioner Fuller, we just go around the table one time?
Sure.
There's been a lot of discussion.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions or comments?
No question. Enough has been said.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Fuller. Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify, to get the designation of a dangerous dog.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Fuller. I think we lost you.
Can you hear me?
I think we lost you there. If you can start over again.
Okay. Can you hear me okay now? Okay. I was just saying that to get the classification of a dangerous dog, doesn't the animal have to first be involved in an incident to get that classification?
Yes, sir, that's exactly right. And the incident led to a police report, which led to our office working with Capers, and we sent out a notice to the 2 dog owners that there would be a hearing. The hearing was held and evidence was presented by both sides, documentary evidence, photographs, as well as live testimony And the dog owners had a chance to cross-examine any of the city witnesses and a chance to testify themselves. Thanks for asking.
Thank you. And just to be clear, so owning a dog of any type, whether it's a Rottweiler or a Chihuahua or anything, you're not required to have that insurance only once you've gone through a case and you have what's considered a dangerous dog.
That's a very good summary. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that all, Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, sir. That's all.
Okay. I think we'll find most homeowners policies will exclude coverage nowadays for an aggressive animal.
That's correct, sir. And that's a reason to go for a surety bond. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner
No
Warburton?
questions.
Yeah, so Commissioner Fuller, thank you for asking that. I actually did a lot of research last night, and to build on what you just said and what Mr. Davis said, there's actually two terms that's in our ordinances. There's a dangerous dog and there's a potentially dangerous dog. And so we haven't talked about the potentially dangerous dog, and that's in our city ordinance. And really, this is almost training for our citizens, and hopefully the media would even pick this up. But the definition of a potentially dangerous dog is any animal that endangers the safety of a human being. So you don't have to have an incident to be determined as a potentially dangerous dog. And so let's take the incident at hand that we've discussed thoroughly. The citizens in the neighborhood were actually concerned about these dogs before it actually happened, from what I understand from the citizens. If those citizens had alerted animal control as a potentially dangerous dog, that dog would have had a hearing. They would have reviewed the case of why are you saying it's potentially dangerous? And that requirement could have already been put on these dogs before they got out. And so, again, this is in our city ordinance that if you have what a citizen may believe is potentially dangerous, you need to alert animal control. We need to get involved early. We don't need to wait till an incident happens. We need to, if you think it potentially may happen. There's another sentence that's very interesting in the ordinance that says, if a dog is chained as a permanent means of confinement. So if a dog is chained all the time, they are considered potentially dangerous dogs. So some of the things are in our ordinances that are there to stop these incidents from happening. So certainly, obviously, when someone gets injured, that's a direct categorization of an animal. But our ordinances allow, even before that happens, as a potentially dangerous dog. And again, it goes back to the Animal Control Board to make that ruling. So I just want to clarify that, Commissioner Fuller, even on top of your question, that there are other provisions even before an injury happens. And that's what we're ultimately trying to prevent, is any injury, period. And so it would be good to get more of these in front of animal control and the board before any incident happens.
Commissioner Langstaff. Commissioner Langstaff. Is Commissioner Langstaff on the line?
I was muted, not by myself.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Great. So while everybody was talking, I did research online because I was curious as to what the minimum surety bond is in state law, because our ordinance references state law. Well, it turns out state law dropped the option to have surety bond completely. It only lists liability insurance of the $50,000. So our ordinance basically has an impossible reference. I mean, it says that they need to keep a surety bond in an amount equal to the minimum required under state law. There is no minimum required under state law. So my suggestion would be don't take my word for it. Let Nathan look at the law. Currently, it's Code Section 4-8-27. And we need to revise our ordinance to just have insurance like you suggested, Mayor. And that would be either that or we have to list a dollar amount for a surety bond. And I would suggest we go up on the insurance instead of doing the minimum amount required under state law. I did a quick Google search, and Commerce, Georgia requires $1 million instead of 50,000. Now that may be a little extreme, but I'm sure they run the gamut out there. Different cities do different things. So those are my comments. I think Nathan needs to look at state law as the most important thing, to see how it's changed since this ordinance was drafted or approved.
Okay. Anything else?
Not from me.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. I guess I'll agree with Commissioner Langstaff in terms of removing the surety bond requirement and going up on the insurance. And I think, I could be wrong, I don't think Ms. James ever said that she was necessarily not able to pay for the surety bond, but that no company would offer her the surety bond for that particular for that particular situation with the dog she had. So maybe that's what the issue is more clearly. I could be wrong, but I think it was sounding like what she was saying, that no company would offer her insurance, which made it, impossible for her to meet the requirements of the ordinance. The other thing I will say too, we know we have problems with our charter and our ordinances, and some of these things that were developed a while ago were developed not in the same time and the same knowledge base that we have now. So even in Commissioner Warburton's example of a dog being chained in the backyard, being declared a dangerous dog, that sounds like the behavior of an owner who chained his dog up. So now that dog becomes dangerous because his owner decided to chain him up in the backyard. So maybe we need a dangerous owner ordinance. So, we can teach our citizens who have pets, who choose to have pets, to be more responsible owners and keep our community safe. And I would think if we did want to take a look at that we would definitely take advantage of the knowledge of, and I forgot his name again, the dog trainer and our Humane Society folks and veterinarians who know these things, in their professional positions. So that's all my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm not going to fully address the comments about the Dobermans and Rottweilers and Pit Bulls. But I do want to say, I think there's an ordinance we have that says you can't tether a dog in somewhere else. So if we have an ordinance saying that is a dangerous dog, I think by definition, an owner of a canine who keeps that dog tethered or chained all day long isn't a responsible owner. But be that as it may, I just would urge the members of the board to consider the fact that the reason for this ordinance is to make sure that there is some kind of compensation for individuals who are attacked by vicious dogs. And I do want to say, I don't know what Ms. James' situation is, and I don't want to get back into the details with her, but as Commissioner Warmington said, the first thing we need to have is the determination of a potentially dangerous dog. Because if I have a dog and Commissioner Warmington and his family are walking in the neighborhood and my dog's out and attacks a member of Commissioner Warmington's family, I have to get insurance to get that dog out of quarantine. I didn't have insurance until the dog the first time. And so I don't know if Ms. James had coverage in place when this terrible attack occurred some time ago. That is a problem, and it can only be rectified if you, at an early stage, have a dog deemed potentially dangerous under the ordinance, because that is what's going to require the owner to have insurance in one form or the other. But with that, and last, Miss Amanda Cox, is Miss Cox on the line? Okay. With that lead, and it being commission having no objection, the renovation of the Pace building, Ray or Miss Fields, who's going to speak to that on behalf?
Good morning, Collier.
Good morning, Ms. Collier.
I'll give a brief background and Josh here. The emphasis of the priority for Lynn, as you know, was for the clinic. We looked over months looking for a suitable building to put the clinic that we building the clinic's currently in last night. We acquired somewhere around 20 in 2011, excuse me. In 2011, we acquired that building as a used building that was used up in America's after. So what the facility has been telling us for a couple of mobile medical center, we're starting to have structural and other structure issues with it. So we know we got to move to compound. As we've looked around over the last couple of years within 10, there's certainly been concern from the number of cases during the day where they had to go across to the public works buildings. They just didn't feel comfortable in there. Again, pointing out that what we were looking for, relocate the clinic. As we looked around, see what we could afford and what was prudent to the commission, we finally ended up with the Pace building. We started looking at it, being a square foot building. Obviously, we do not construct a facility of 7,000 square feet for 900 and something employees. So if we look to relocate other things in there, that's how we ended up HR and risk management. I saw the letter, I read the letter, and may have been Mr. Warburton, Mayor, you said some other elected officials wanted this to be put on the agenda to discuss. This of that was because Mr. Maskey wrote a letter. Certainly mentioned with that letter more than anything was the life safety issues and the ADA compliance. I actually scheduled a meeting. We had that meeting last week to meet with Maskey and the architectural firm that we actually designed this building, SP Designs. SPs have representatives on morning. There was probably some, I believe, from some questions of actually hire the architectural firm without going through seal bids or taking pride. And I can let Ms. Fields speak to that. It's in our procurement policy. It's a professional services. And I want to point out that here locally, we've hired local architects, engineers from that policy. That policy was put in place, voted on and approved by the sitting board. I have a number of times this morning. I know Mr. Maskey wants to speak. He talked about those life safety issues and plants. We had Mr. Carlton Russell from the fire department who actually addressed that, made notes. Mr. Alan Posey is on from CAA, the inspection. And we took, he said, and as of yesterday, we received some revised plans. Now, as I understand it, I'm no architect, no engineer. The concerns came down to where a door was placed and the swing of a door, whether it should swing inside or outside, and speak to that. So again, I got Don Gray on the line, who he and Trips Willie. Any questions you all have other than that? Priority for us when we found and the board approved of us buying it was they kept us at $1 million. This is very important. It was $265,735,000 to renovate the building. And they were quite clear about that. No, that's been our objective. That's what we focused on, to get space we could live in. I know it doesn't allow for windows. I think it was you, Mayor. I heard you and how you felt about that. But this budget does not allow for us to cut window frames into that concrete. Would we love to have it? Absolutely. If we put all the windows you want in the building. But what we were charged with and the money we were given doesn't. So with that, Ms. Fields.
Good morning. Really don't have a whole lot to add other than I spoke with you, Mr. Mayor, and you to have Mr. Maskey on the line to come to the commission to discuss his letter. And Mr. Maskey is, if you have any questions after he has spoken, we'll be ready to answer them.
Okay, Mr. Collier, anybody else need to speak before Mr. Maskey?
No, sir, I don't think so.
Is Mr. Maskey on the line?
I can see that he's muted.
Mr. Maskey?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you see me now? Because I don't see a picture of me, but okay. Good now? You can hear me and see me?
Yes,
I'm not
sir.
hearing you. All right. Let me just start. First of all, I want to thank the commission for this opportunity to present concerns about the project. I will, although there are several issues, I'll summarize them because I know we don't want to be on this all day. But there's in the 2 letters that I sent to the commission along with 18 attachments that I information through open records requests, as I'm sure you know. My first issue, of course, is that I feel that the city, whenever possible, local businesses, I understand the policy about not having to put out a request for proposal services. That's been the policy for years. I understand it, and I appreciate it. Is that on a project of this type, which is a very simple project and does not specialized expertise, medical expertise, and that sort of thing. There are at least 4 architectural firms in Albany, plus a couple more retired architectural projects on occasion. Of these 4 firms, at least located within 4 blocks of this PACE building. Yet the city opted not even to contact them, but instead that it's 108 miles away. I don't understand why. I don't understand why the city administration or the city is the priority is not to utilize local businesses and taxpayers to the greatest extent possible. Also, further about the city supporting local businesses, the whole is being handled with bidding of partial packages. The rest of the work is going to be performed, whether the city is going to self-perform or issue no bid, as apparently has gone on in a couple instances here, brings into question again, how is the city supporting local businesses? My second issue, already been mentioned, has to do with the plans and specifications. When I went to the pre-construction conference and got a hold of the set of plans, the procurement folks sent to me, which I appreciate, just the plans noted a number of concerns about code compliance, life safety code, ADA accessibility, these sorts of things. Heard what was just said earlier. It has more to do, it's more significant than 2 inches here or there. And also I did send a 2-page some weeks back to building inspection in an effort to try to be helpful out the issues, not all of the issues. So if they're only addressed those issues, they haven't covered all the bases. My additional concern there was the plans got permitted and all these items were not noted because these is permitting plans for the city to act as its own general contractor, which to me already seems to be a conflict because it's in the city's self-interest to move these things along, wearing multiple hats like they currently are on this project. I think that the city being incompetent contractors and subcontractors is also of concern. Again, how is the city supporting local businesses? I'm sorry, I jumped back to my other. My third issue significantly has to do with the design of the space that will house city. I understand the building was purchased for a clinic, that the building had 5,000 additional square feet or so, know what to do with. So a decision was made because the building was too large for the clinic. So a decision was made to move city departments over there. It seems to me that if you bought a building that was too big, money by apparently the city's own admission, they don't have enough budget to do the project right. Why move the 2 departments, renovate 5,000 square feet of space that doesn't provide requirement for the employees or for visitors to the city space? It makes no sense. They say, oh, well, we have space, let's do something with it. How about save the space, and when you have adequate funding, put funding together, and it's still useful to relocate departments, do it right the first time. What was you're going to have 2 departments in a space that's too small, has no natural light, overflow, inadequate parking, and I don't think that the city should be treating their that way, because providing an unhealthy work environment only leads to morale problems, inefficiencies. I mean, I guess I'm asking the commission just to consider on here where you're going to move 20 to 30 employees over there without a shed of daylight that really are not conducive to a good work environment. Fourth issue, of course, has to do with the budget, which we've already touched on. If it was obvious that the project budget was in trouble from before you even started, again, as I already noted, why even move departments you can't afford to move them to? Right now, there's portions, several packages for the construction project have been bid. Other portions have not been bid. Apparently, the city perform some of it now, as well as act as a general contractor. But it's already obvious from what was bid, from the POs that have been issued without bids, that the project is headed out of budget right now, even with the reduced. My understanding is that, there are portions of the work, like the re-roofing that was included and now delayed and will be put off for 5 years, the re-roofing be done down the road. Other portions have to be put off like that as well, because the budget is too small to be achieved. But I don't want to just complain concerns. I have 3 requests for the commission to be proactive. My first is that the City Commission conduct a thorough analysis of the intent of this project and the background of its development and an evaluation of the project going to be. I suggest that perhaps a 2 or 3 member committee should be assigned to this task. That's my first suggestion. And let me just say right there that although POs have been issued, not too late, the work has barely gotten started. The city forces have completed the interior demolition. The plumbing has been roughed in, which, based on the ADA and so forth, is probably they're going to need to be a couple of revisions there, I believe, as well as some wall framing. Interior wall framing was started this last Friday, and there was no work done on wall framing yesterday. So you're in the very, very earliest project, and lots of hundreds of thousands of dollars of POs have been issued. The expenditures have not yet been made. I would ask that the City Commission evaluate the value of moving these departments and taking on yet another facility by the city and by the taxpayers. And third, and most detailed, is the City Commission to consider placing a 2-week moratorium on this project and to freeze all the existing PR, directing vendors not to continue forward with any expenditures except for perhaps allowing the wall framing to move. It doesn't mess up your time schedule. And during this 2-week moratorium period, have a review and report on the plans and specifications by an independent, knowledgeable party, a third party, if you will. The building plans specifications should be done by an independent code knowledgeable plan reviewer. That the procurement process for design services, construction bids, construction work that needs to be done that's not been bid should be investigated and confirm whether it's been done in accordance with the city policy. And if so, maybe city policy should be revised to emphasize the creation of Albany businesses at all possible opportunities. And then my final item under my third suggestion is that a complete valid construction for this project should be developed immediately. This should take less than a week and by a qualified individual, and would establish the true cost of the work indicated on the drawings and specifications and the additional work and corrective change orders that can be anticipated. Will be only a small cost, but has the potential to save thousands of dollars for the city and the taxpayers. But now, so I don't, go on and on, but I appreciate, again, the opportunity to present these points to you.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Did anybody else want to speak on behalf of the city?
Again, certainly about life safety and ADA. I have Mr. Russell and Mr. Posey. So they are the ones that actually review the plans, and they have over the years. Last week with Mr. Maskey, they're very familiar with him, and it's my understanding that it's not uncommon to have these type issues and come back and fix them during the construction process. So if you have those questions about whether or not the buildings are ADA compliant or there are life safety issues, I would certainly encourage the board.
Okay. Well, we'll hear from Mr. Russell, and then we'll hear from Mr. Mosley.
Good morning. It's Carl from Russell Albany Fire Department. First of all, there was an email sent out to Atlanta to State Fire Marshal, ADA coordinator, Mr. Jones, I think it is. But anyway, and basically, if you look at line 4, and I'll start there. Mr. Maskey stated that we asked for his help, myself and Inspector Posey. I want to go on record of saying that we did not ask for his help with this issue. But moving on into the things that he has found wrong. The things that he has found wrong, we had a meeting earlier, and Mr. Collier was there, and what he brought to attention, we agreed that they were small fixes that could be fixed, and that was an agreement at the end of the meeting. At the end of the meeting, we later on got another email back from Mr. Maskey, and basically that's it. The things that are wrong, that he found wrong, they are easy fixes. There's no such thing as that it's going to take $100,000 to fix a door or anything like that. These things are easy fixes, and primarily that's all I have to interject, unless someone has a question to me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Russell. Mr. Mosley?
Good morning, Commissioners.
I'm sorry, Posey, I'm
That's
sorry.
fine. That's fine, sir. Good morning. I agree with what Carlton had said with regard to the severity of the fixes and the other statements that he made. The building review, which extends, beyond the accessibility and NFPA, the I-code review of it was done by one of my men named Jeremy Head, who's a very thorough plans examiner, and we addressed, with the guidance of the code, the areas that in an existing building, what has to come up to code and what doesn't have to come up to code based on the extent of the renovation and the type of renovation and things like that. So there are areas in the code that are up to the building official and the plan reviewer to allow to be, let's say, gray areas with how invasive you are, depending on the type of review. And based on what we did for the city here, as far as this review, we found minimal items for correction. Now, change orders will change the plan review. If you decide not to do the roof and thermally insulate it, there might be insulation value requirements that now are there. I haven't seen any new plans that say that's going on to this point, so I can't speak to what changes would be necessary for revised plans at this time. But unless someone has a question, that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Mr. Posey. Mr. Collier, anybody else?
Mentions, I certainly have the architectural firm out of Macon that handled the project, but I don't think they would want to say the board has a question of it.
Okay, what we'll do is, who has spoken? Ms. Fields, Mr. Collier, Mr. Posey, Mr. Maskey, and Mr. Russell. Any questions, Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, yeah. Mr. Collier. Good morning. How you do?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Commissioner, back in last year, we did a cap of $1 million some. Someone presentation that came up. Do you feel that we need as is?
No, sir. It's not. We actually have an assessment performed on BRTS purchasing them. We did the same thing with Blaylock, same thing with the Harrell building. We are told and expect somewhat of an expected life of the roof. And in this case, facilities actually had the roof assessed by Ed Edifice, said that, there's moisture penetration, but the roof's not leaking. If we can get another 5, 6, 7 years out of the roof, there is no leak. Obviously, we've looked at it. Then we can certainly do that. I don't want to make it like buying a house or residence, but you purchase the house, you look at it, and you say, well, the roof's probably 15 years old. It's a 30-year roof. You don't purchase it at that time. You don't put a new roof in it and you get it. You buy you some years and you program that in future budgets. And that's our plan. So, we're going in it without no, I don't think we need to do a roof right now. We made a commitment to $1 million, and that's our focus, is to bring this project in just when we did it. Certainly, Mr. Maskey is a fine architect. I'm not questioning what he knows. I'll probably never get there in this job for the next several years or whatever have you. But I know what we promised you all, and that's our focus, and that's what I've always tried to do is deliver. Thought we couldn't do it for the $1 million, then we should have rejected buying it in the beginning, Mayor Pro Tem. That's where I am with the roof.
Can I ask Mr. Master a question? Sure. Mr. Master.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. How you do?
Good morning. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi.
In your bullet point, you a local firm, but we use one out of town. Can you give us that local firm we use out of town?
You talking about for the architectural services?
Right.
Yeah, that you did use an out of town. There are 4 local firms, but they weren't apparently considered. The city just hired an out of town firm.
Do you know the name of that firm we hired?
Yes, Steve mentioned it earlier. It's SP Design. They're out of Macon.
Okay. And in your presentation, you also mentioned that we need to issue a 2 weeks moratorium on the building. Can you explain a little more about that?
Well, I was requesting that the city commission issue a 2-week moratorium or put one in place in order to evaluate the project and to get a hand what is happening purchasing wise, budget wise, and whether the intent of the project is being the $1 million that it's being spent. As I mentioned earlier, there are a number of issues with the project. You know, one of the issues being I don't understand, frankly, and I don't know that it's in the city's best interest or the taxpayers' best interest. It happens to have extra space, empty space, why you would shoehorn a couple of departments in there when by their own admission they get to really get them in there in an environment that is that's just one example. The other thing would be, you know, the extent of the work that the city forces on the budget tracking document that the city is part of your commitment for today's meeting. They did include a budget tracking that shows some concern items. I sent that to you in my second letter, I believe. It's of $14,000, but it doesn't show the extent of what the city has spent 2.5 months on city forces working in the building. As of May 20, the city had already spent $8,000, for example, on demolition, but it doesn't show up on the budget tracking. It's been another month of demolition. They have people, supervisor over there each day, all day. I think all those things need to be accounted for to get a true picture of what's included in the budget, whether the budget is going to be able to be maintained.
Mayor, may I address that? It's along the line of Pro Tem's questions.
Okay, can in a minute. Mayor Pro Tem, that answer your question?
Can I hear from Mr. Collier?
Yes, sir.
Now okay.
Mr. Collier, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
There, certainly, we support local businesses. As you may recall, we've got the orders going up right now. We actually, by the same process, contracted the services of a local architectural firm. Again, we have structural analysis and plans being put together by a local. There's a number of every day. And I want to point out on this project, all except I believe it's one trade. They're all local contractors doing work on the page. Not that we're against local contractors. We had used this evaluate some properties that we purchased over the last few years. And while talking with one of the principals who's on the line now, he said, hey, you know, we're an architect that's ready, available to do this quickly for you. And they have a lot of experience in the matter. Maskey has pointed out there are several of them around town. I made that recommendation and Sudan accepted it. So I wear that one. That one's on. It was win-win policy. It's legal. And we've done it with that. Again, we've hired a number just here recently. We've even hired Mr. Maskey over the years by the same pro. I mean, if that's something the commission future or in the next week or so to change procurement policy went into it to be able to remove fluidly to get services to do work that we have to get done. With that part of it, I just want to point that out again. There's nothing wrong now. We can certainly move in there with that. Let me say to the departments in there. Yes, HR is on the third floor where they're there and they're already working there. But the management part of that, which is the risk part, we actually pushed out the Lily Pond years ago when we merged the government. With that, if you look at Lily Pond, we have a number of wells and we have water treatment out there, and it comes under Homeland Security. We really don't need it going into the Lily Pond facility. It's not as secure as we would like to have it. So we wanted to get risk out of there since they're managed by the same director now. We thought we'd put them together. Maybe that's for some people, but that was our approach to it. Thank you.
That's it, Mayor.
Mr. Fuller?
Yes, sir, Mayor. I'd like to give just a little background on kind of this process for the new commissioners that weren't on the commission back when we voted on this. When this particular building was brought to the commission as a potential spot for the wellness center to go, there had been a lot of discussion in the community, people upset about some of our projects, the city's projects going over, large amounts of money being spent, wasted money being spent. And so the commission was very direct in stating that we needed to be as economical. We wanted a nice finished building, but we needed to be as economical as possible. And so I will take the credit or blame, however you want to issue it, for steering the city staff towards going in the direction of us trying to handle the project in-house with the city. As Mr. Maskey mentioned, it was considered a small project by project standards and an interior renovation. And so the thought of our city staff like that was a viable option. And so that's kind of the background and how, that was decided. And then to speak to Mr. Maskey's request on the 2 to 3 member committee, I think that's a good idea for the commission to be involved with this on a regular basis. And I am a licensed Georgia contractor, and I'd be happy to head that committee and have a weekly meeting with staff or every other week, whatever we want to do, and then report back to the commission on how the project is progressing. And then I guess one more point, when we were first talking about this, the wellness center is currently in a mobile home type structure. I think, again, Mr. Collier mentioned that it was purchased used in 2010. And so I think the idea of moving, and it can be discussed, the other departments for certain, but getting our wellness center moved and getting that set up, I think is in our interest to get that done as soon as we can. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher?
I have no comments, sir.
Commissioner Warburton?
Yeah, I got a couple things. I guess my best analogy of one of my points is the term called nepotism. Obviously we have policy as I would somebody else. I might give him possible favors, what have you. Not that this is nepotism, but it somewhat is, because I think it's unfair, and I would never put Mr. Posey on the spot, and I would never put Mr. Russell on the spot. because they're having to work with the very people they're making rulings against. And I think it would be unfair to ask them to do that. So I think that one of the issues I see here is I like Mr. Matsky's idea of possibly getting an independent party to maybe make some rulings on these, because I would never want to say, well, this person's right, this person's wrong, because, you know, it is some gray areas. It is areas that, you know, if John Doe contractor submitted the same plan versus a sister department submitted the same plans, will they get the same treatment? I don't know. And not that they would purposely show favoritism, but I think it's inherent to show favoritism to colleagues that you work with every day. And if they returned a set of plans with 50 changes and 50 problems, that would create issues within our very own department doing, you know, but that same thing might happen to John Doe contractor and it not be part of the workplace environment. So with that being said, again, I'm not saying anybody's right or wrong. You know, like Commissioner Fuller, I'm also a licensed general contractor. And, you know, if I submitted plans, of course, being a commissioner, that's different now, but if there's an independent contractor with no connections to the city, I would want to be treated the same way that a sister department would be treated. So I like that idea. I don't think there'd be a lot of cost involved. I think the risk of the cost is going to be the ruling that they give us. It's not the cost of hiring somebody from out of town or another independent ruling. It's going to be, are we willing to roll the dice and say, hey, are we confident in our decision that the party brings back and they highlight the 50 things that I just used as an example, and those 50 things cost us 100. But to me, I think it's worth the safety of our citizens and safety of employees, the safety code issue, the way a door opens, the way a wall is positioned, the way a ramp is positioned for disability. I have a true independent ruling on that. But my other question, I guess, Mr. Collier, decision to move departments around. So how many risk Lily Pond are you looking at moving? Part of the, I think there was 20 that's going to be total. How many of them are coming from Lily Pond, and how many employees in the government center?
Excuse me, Mayor. Can I address that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I mean,
Yes, sir, I am. We have a total of 8 employees that are currently in risk management, and we have 9 full-time employees in HR. So a total of 17 employees. We have 1 training loaner officer from APD and 1 contractor. So it would be a total of 19 moving over to the pay system.
Okay, and so so I guess the rationale is we're bringing 2 departments that are separated by a certain, we're bringing them into one location versus being separated.
Yes, sir. And as Mr. Collier stated, risk management has been located at Lily Pond for since 2015, and that facility was never built to have public access. So anytime we have complaints or citizens that need to file claims, they have to enter on that property. And that location does not have a front entrance for citizens to come in, so they actually can come in from the 18 different access doors. So the facility was never built to take in public access. So this would give us a better suited location for employees and citizens to come in.
Okay, so it sounds like the Lily Pond decision, somewhat justifies moving. What about the HR folks in the government center? What have being over there versus staying in the government center?
Well, our current HR department, which houses 8 employees currently, we do not
have a training facility. So since I've been here since 2009, we've had HR utilize Dougherty County HR department for training. They have to be on a schedule to have new employee orientation. There is not a training room. There is not a large enough conference room. So since I've been here, we've had to partner with Dougherty County in the government center to allow us to host our new employee orientation. And so it would benefit them to have their own training room. Right now, when we have a conflict of schedules with Dougherty County, we have to go to the police department and use their community room. So right now, it would benefit them being in one location to house training and new employee orientation. We also have citizens that come in to apply for positions. When they come in, our lobby is also our testing area. So we have citizens that come in to apply for positions and also have to sit there and take typing tests or any type of competency testing. So it's all done in our lobby area, and we've had complaints from citizens, complaints from employees. So the area does not fit our current needs for testing and applications being applied for by our citizens. This would give them a centralized area where that is separated from the lobby and the testing area.
Okay, that's very good. I appreciate that. So I guess take off my commissioner hat and put on Dougherty County and citizen of the city of Albany hat. It would be a concern and also and really a critical going to hear from citizens that we're going to have a vacant floor in a large building that we all ship into. So will this floor just remain vacant? Is it going to require renovation to bring something else to it, or is it just we're going to turn the lights off and lock the door and that building floor won't be? And I guess that goes to the Lily Pond as well. I guess those offices are those going to remain vacant that we're vacating both places?
Well, as far as the Lily Pond, and I can't speak for the government center, but as far as Lily Pond, we have several supervisors that are in need of those locations. When we moved in, it was always to be a temporary fix for us until there was a permanent home for risk management. We have technicians and meter reader technicians and supervisor, the light department, the water department. They all have superintendents that need those locations. I've spoken with Jimmy Norman, and he's expressed the need to move his supervisors into those locations. So no, those will be filled as soon as we leave. We've had supervisors already coming in looking at those locations.
Okay, well, what about the government center?
I'll take that. When I spoke with Mrs. Subadan on yesterday about plans on that, and as you all saw with the communication I sent out to you, there are no immediate plans for relocating anyone in that space.
Okay. And my last point, and I appreciate Commissioner Fuller kind of giving us the background. You know, I think choosing to use a general contractor versus not using a contractor, you know, I can't fault one way or the other. I see the pros and cons. You know, ultimately, for this decision, it was to save money. And so, you know, I look at and the problem with when you bring it on your own is even right now, we don't have one person to point to and say, you know, hey, it's on you. If the air conditioner doesn't work, it's on you. If the insulation factor is on, you know, so we look at like the crew quarters out at Public Works. If there's a problem, it's Mr. Kirksey. He's our general contractor. It's always going to go back to him as our general contractor. When you choose to do things on your own, that's, you might save $100,000 or you might save whatever, but ultimately the risk and the confusion and the who did what and who agent ultimately falls back on us. So yeah, I don't know where you draw the line. Is it $1 million project? Is it $100,000 project? This project probably was on that line that it was probably worth, in my opinion, possibly. Now that, of course, hindsight's 2020, it's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback. But it's easy at this point to say, well, it might have been to our advantage to have a general contractor that could have worked all these different issues, could have been our point person to say, hey, we need you to go figure this out for us. But we're where we're at. And so, so I guess to the point of Mr. Matsky, I do like his recommendations that he made. So I would, as a commission, like for us to think about contemplating all, or at least majority of what he recommends of where we're at today in this project. So thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff?
I don't have any comments.
Commissioner Young?
I don't have anything.
Okay. Mr. Russell, you on the line?
Yes.
Sir?
Yes, sir, I am. Yes, sir, I am.
How many projects have firemen worked on in the last 5 years? Construction projects?
Construction project, I would say somewhere in the neighborhood of about 3,000 to 4,000.
Construction projects?
Yes, sir. I work in connection with.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Russell. I'm not saying how many you have. How many projects have city firemen worked on in the last? How many city projects?
0. Firefighters. Firefighters wise, sir, there will be 0.
Okay.
Mayor, Stephen Collier here. May
yes,
I
sir.
say something?
Yes, sir, Mr. Collier.
I think you're referencing, we actually had firefighters work and donate time to the Thornton project.
Okay.
Well, that's what, well, no. Okay.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
No fireman worked on any city or private project being on city time.
That's negative on private project, but there have been some city projects that we have worked on.
Chaz.
There's Thornton Gym. I'm sorry. Yeah, Thornton Gym. And in some cases on our own buildings, our own firefighter buildings. I mean fire stations.
But that would be it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now, Mr. Posey, you online?
Yes, sir, I am.
Who do you work for, Mr. Posey?
I work for Charles Abbott Associates, sir.
And do y'all have a contract with the city?
Yes, sir, we do.
What is the scope of
To provide building and safety services to the city, to include building official, plan review, permit issuance, and building inspection.
Okay, and you're paid by the city?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, and how many city projects have you actually inspected?
That number escapes me at the moment, sir. It would be all of the ones that have been permitted during our 3-year tenure here.
Okay, have you cited the city for any violations or any deficiencies?
I do not have that answer at this time. I do not believe so.
Okay, well, if you can find the answer for me and get that answer for me, please, sir.
Yes, sir, I will.
Okay, here's my concern with this whole thing is, and I appreciate what Commissioner Fuller giving us the background, but my concern is that he talked about the new commissioners. Well, I mean, we have been totally left out in the dark about this project for the last 7 months. I mean, if we are serving 3 years from now, we're going to be responsible for this building. And we have not been consulted about the project in preparation, in planning, and now in progress. And I think it needs to stop. I want to say this. First, Mr. Maskey brought some points out. Evaluate the rationale behind moving the department. I know from years before, there's always been some conflict with how much the county charges. Floors or half floors in this building that are vacant. It would have seemed to me these 19 employees that at Lilly moved here into the government building some time ago. I was right saying is the building that's for public use or public access. But why are we in this mass migration out of the government building? As Commissioner Warmington said, this is a county building. I always thought it was unfair that the county charges the city to lease square footage in this building, because primarily the building was constructed with SPLOST money, but we don't need to be pursuing construction when we have available to vacate the property additionally leased in this bill. Need we to know about it? I personally don't think the city needs to be self-performing. Commissioner Warmington pointed out all jobs, something, but we're talking about $1 million rent here. To say it, that if you have a contractor that doesn't perform like he or she is supposed to, then you have some recourse against that contractor. But if you do the job yourself, if we've got problems with air quality, or if we have city staff comes back in 3 years and said we have morale problems in this building because it's the dreadful working conditions, well, we are constrained by this whole idea of you've got to get this done for $1 million. I don't think you could responsibly say we're going to get this done for $1 million without having the designs and blueprints and some takeoffs for what the project is. I am more concerned, you hear rumors that certain people that work for the city have mentioned this guy's never going to get any work from the city before, and that at the people who are submitting bids were notified that their contracts needed to be under $90,000. Obviously, that's circumstances in this project. I'm very about not only the decision that was made. I don't know if it was a prudent decision or not. It doesn't seem. But what I am upset about is that here, I mean, Mr. Maskey's letter, he's talking about the plans. It has absolutely no special medical system, special construction of rooms for specialized use. I hope that's not correct. But if you've got a medical clinic, if you got to have anesthesia, an antiseptic room, it is going to be some additional expense. And to say we're going to spend not more than $1 million, it is just, it's not rational. I don't think you can have a budget for a project like this. And like I say, until you have the designs, and that's what that's what we've got here. I also question whether or not the self-performing. We have to remember, not only do we have architects in town, we have contractors in town, and I appreciate. But in view of the facts of this situation, I mean, we had a budget before we had plans, and that, in my opinion, is putting the cart before the horse. If this is going to be a mobile facility, if this is going to be a medical facility, that's fine. But going back to what Mr. Maskey said, if you need 2,000 square feet medical facility, why'd you buy a 7,000 square foot building? And, Mr. Fuller gave us the background, but that is obviously one that should be asked and answered at this time. I just need to, I would recommend that we suspend construction, this out, and go through the process if this is what we're going to do. But before we spend any more money on it, this commission, as it's constituted, is to have an understanding of what the project is, what the scope of the project is, and the project. That's my feeling. And if this is on the agenda next Tuesday to, I don't think it's a 2-week moratorium. I square one and look at the whole project. But certainly we don't need to proceed. And if it's the will of the commission, Commissioner Fuller's proposal that we have a committee, I'm certainly agreeable with that. But I just don't think we need to go forward until proper set of plans, until we have a realistic budget. And I would that we ought to have this job managed by a contractor rather than city staff. But with that, any further comments, Mayor Pro Tem? Commissioner Fuller.
Yes, sir. Just to clarify a couple of things. You mentioned it was $1 million renovation. I think the renovation itself currently, as the budget showed, was around in the 600s.
Right, $1 million project. I'm sorry. Okay.
And then one thing, just to make sure, you mentioned being able to have someone to call on if we did have problems and that kind of thing. Each one of these subcontractors will have a contract with the city and will be required to perform and would be liable if we had any issues with any of the work that they performed. Of course, if city staff perform work, painting or whatever that they might do, demolition, then we wouldn't have any recourse there. That would fall on the city. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, if I can just speak to that, Commissioner Fuller. I mean, the point is, if the project's not properly designed, I know the design and issues, but I think you got to have before you commence construction. But with that,
I'm sorry. Just to say, if I could speak, I agree with you.
Oh, sure.
Plans. If there's any life safety issues, if there's anything like that we're concerned about, I 100%. We need to have those straightened out, and everybody needs to be comfortable with the plans as they're drawn as we would move forward if we're moving forward with the project.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No questions.
Commissioner Worthington.
Yeah, one thing that hadn't been talked about is parking. I have expressed issues multiple times, even when I go into the utility. I guess I should go down to the red light and cross where you're supposed to cross, but most people end up jaywalking. Parking plan that Mr. Collier sent, parking all the way over to Flint, where we're proposing to put parking wells, angled parking on Flint, to be able to have the proper number of spaces per code that we're supposed to have for a certain square footage of building. So there again, we're going to have angled parking in the alley, have angled parking on Flint. I still have over which I don't know if we have an agreement with the church. I don't know if, we're going to get a bill one day that they're going to go pave the parking lot and say, hey, the city owes a certain amount because of the wear and tear on their asphalt. You're kind of, you need to have some kind of agreement or compensation or something involved. I haven't seen any parking on any estimates. You start asphalting, and I've cut in parking wells on my own properties. It's not cheap when you start cutting in parking wells and the concrete and the curb and all that's required with that. So I do have an issue with we're going with that parking plan. What is the cost? Safety, of that parking plan, citizens parking in these various places, and then some follow up with what arrangement do we have with the church for parking. So maybe that would be a follow up. The other follow up, and one of the things that I would suggest out of Mr. Matsky's request is an independent code person, whatever that looks like. So I was going to ask city staff if they could have that prepared for our meeting next week, if we're going to vote on some part of changing or some direction from the commission. But I would like to see is that what kind of price are we talking about if we hired and who would it be if we hired an independent with no connections with the city, doesn't have a dog in the fight. They're just coming and giving us their professional opinion. So there is no insinuation of favoritism or anything like that. Yeah, I think those two items, Mayor. That would be my request going into the next meeting.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No further comment.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. I just want to say I would like to kind of get some more information on the I guess procurement process in terms of projects like these to be a little bit more informed on how those decisions were made to select the architect from outside of the city Dougherty County area. As well as other things that I guess kind of keep projects like this kind of in the rumor mill. I heard a couple of things insinuated. I never said I just I want to know what the process is. So the process weeds out those types of situations, then I'll feel better that certain projects like these. My city staff. That's it.
I just want to say, Commissioner Young, I think I'll let Commissioner Warmington speak. I think with some, I don't accuse anybody of anything. I think what he said is, but I'll let Commissioner Warmington speak. I think he's talking about it. Let it be a public process.
Yeah, I use the word nepotism as an illustration. I wasn't accusing anybody, and actually, I would never accuse anybody of that, but I was using that as an illustration that it would be hard for me to manage my brother, my brother-in-law, or a family member, and it would be unfair to put any employee, and that's why we have those policies. And so I was likening that to sister departments in the city because they're sister departments. They work together. They have a good relationship. We want them to have a good relationship. But, and all contractors would tell you this, is sometimes there's a little bit of tension between a building contractor and code. I mean, I had a city inspection in another case. You're trying to get to a good, safe product that meets code. And so I would never want to put that kind of tension within city departments. And that's what I was insinuating, where John Doe contractor is going to have a different relationship than sister departments trying to work together because some of those rulings cost money. And if a ruling is made to change this or move this or this door is wrong, and then the budget starts going up, then there's going to be finger pointing and say, well, we would have been under budget, but then this department ruled this and the fire department made this. And we all know in the building industry, CO, that's the ultimate stress in any project is the CO. Follow up. There's always, something that's got to be done at the point of getting your certificate of occupancy. And so again, I was just using that as an illustration because I think it kind of is a family, and we should work together positively, and we shouldn't put things that may or may not create unneeded tension or possible conflict between departments.
Is that fine? Yeah, I just want to say I don't think Commissioner Warmington he used the word nepotism, and that was but I don't think he insinuated that was. Now, Mr. Collier, Mr. Commissioner Warmington asked you for two things You have those? Because I don't.
Yes, sir. He wants us to look at an independent review of call. He wants to know a cost which we are currently working through on the parking plan. And I got here that we need to get you all the copies.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Collier. Do city employees at the utilities building, do they park across the road or do they park there on the premises?
Both. We have the parking lot behind us off of Flint, which is the call center. Now that we've acquired the Page building, we're actually parking some vehicles there. And we have some that park behind 401, the building, the administrative building. I mean, what you see across the street is just those that can't get on the property because we maintain a certain amount of the administrative building for the customers coming in.
Yeah, I think we probably ought to have more parking places for the customers, and and with Friendship, I do think we need to make some arrangement if we're using their parking lot, and maybe we should park the majority of our employees across the street. But what I'd like to know, Mr. Collier, is the arrangements with the county. If I could get the city departments and employees which have been relocated in maybe the last 5 or 10 years out of this building. And if I could, we pay the county by the square footage we use. Is that right?
That is correct. That's the way I recall it.
Okay. Can we get the terms of that? And maybe let's see what we paid the county in 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015, and this year. When we started moving out to reevaluate the lease they were charging. I'd like to have that. And
Mayor, if you give me those years again.
Yes, sir. I was there in increments starting at 2000, 2005, 2010, 2015, and 2020.
Yes, sir. But just one point of clarification, Mayor. You said that we need a plan, and I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by that, because we do have plans, different agreements on whether those plans, all the ADA and the life safety between Mr. Maskey. But SP has come back since and agrees that Mr. Maskey made some points that they have actually repaired, and they sent a revised plan. I got it yesterday. I just want to be clear about that.
No, my point, Mr. Collier, would look at it is you can't say we're not going to spend more than $1 million until you have the plans. The decision that was budgeted before you even had, what I was saying is getting the cart before the horse. I'm not saying you don't have plans.
I just want to
okay. Oh, well, I yes. Okay.
One other thing, Mayor, and we have, so obviously we were in talks with Friendship before we even moved down here, and they refused to pay. So we have actually opened that conversation few months back, and we're talking to them. If they decide on exactly what they want to pay, Sudan wants to do, certainly we can do that. They've been clear that they have much more parking lot than they'll probably use. And, most of the time when they're at capacity, they're gone. So,
right.
From that. So I'll get the cost on the parking plan. Anyway, just for ingress and egress. And days a month is when we get our overflow capacity. You have to be very careful when you're billing, because you don't want to bill for 30 days when it's only 3 days. And we're currently in the midst, as you know, from over on the utility board side, technology, and we're seeing the numbers. A large percentage of individuals online pay online services. So we hope that'll continue. Kind of that number of people coming through the lottery.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. With that, the next item on the agenda is appointments to the various city boards. I guess we don't really need to discuss that. Some commissioners have appointments. The mayor has an appointment. If we could look that over, we'll consider it. Anybody who wants to discuss that. Commissioner Fuller?
No, sir, no discussion.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No discussion.
Commissioner Warmington?
No discussion.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No discussion.
And Commissioner Young?
No discussion.
Okay, the next item is probably the most important on the agenda today, the 2020 census update. Mr. Forgy? Is Mr. Forgy on the line? Good morning, Mr. Forgy.
There we go. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. I'd like to take this opportunity to give you a brief update of what's going on with the 2020 census. As you know, I'm the chairman of Albany Authority regularly to discuss things that we can do about improving our census numbers. How do I explain this to some advanced? Okay, thank you. So in Albany and Doherty, there's a map that the Census Bureau updates regularly to show what our percentage of response rate is, and it's still, as of, you can see this graphic as of 7/8, only 56% of households in the county. Census.
Can you hear Mr. Forgy?
Mayor?
Yeah, I'm having problems hearing you.
Okay, excuse me. Paul, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Well, we've missed most of your presentation. I don't know why you're coming in and out.
I'm not sure either. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
I think everybody else needs to make sure they're muted.
Okay. Could we start over again, Paul?
Certainly. I was just explaining that I'm the chairman of the Albany Doherty Complete Count Committee. And what we've been doing, the Complete Count Committee is meeting a year at least to discuss ways that we can improve the response to the census locally. This slide, you can see that as of July 8th and currently, only 56.2% of the households in the county have taken the census. So that's a pretty low number. We want 100% response. This is when the Census Bureau sends out the letter asking for your response, and they'll send it 5 times. That means only 56.2% of the households actually get those numbers up. Next slide, please. So here you can see Georgia has a response rate of 58%, and we're lagging behind the state at 56.2. We can do better. Response rate for 2010 was about 10% higher than where we're at now. We still have a little time to bring that up, and I believe we will. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a view of the census tracts within the county, and the darker the blue, the higher the response rate, and then it goes to light blue, and then light brown, and then a kind of orange color. So the orange has the lowest response rates. And here you can see in a census tract in East Albany, only 31.3% of the people have responded. There's also a census tract in Central Albany that is around 35% response. But we're working specifically to bring those areas up, because the areas that, it corresponds with low income and poverty, those areas are less likely to respond, and we are trying to get the word out throughout the community, but specifically in those areas. Next slide, please. So just as a refresher of what's at stake, there's billions of dollars in federal funding for education and housing, roads and bridges, and a lot of other things that's appropriated based on our population. And each person, depending on how many programs you count, is worth about $2,000 to $3,000 per year over the next 10 years, based on all the programs that would come to our community. So each person that's not counted, we lose out on about $20,000 to $30,000 in funding for things like education and new roads and medical services. So it's critical that we are counted at 100% or as close to that as possible. Otherwise, that money is going to another community. Of course, it also amounts to representation. Seats in Congress are appropriated or are arranged based on how many people we have. So if we show a loss, we may have a loss in political representation. Next slide, please. So it's not all bad news, though. I mean, we do need to do better, and our numbers are coming up. Similar counties in the state, and we're doing better than towns, which is Valdosta, Muskogee, Columbus, Chatham, Savannah, Richmond, Augusta. Our percentage response rate is better than all of those counties. You know, we want to compete against ourselves. We want to do better. We know we can, but we are doing better than a lot of other communities around the state. Next slide, please. So important dates to remember. Because of the pandemic, the census would have been just about over. I think it would have been done the end of July, but it's been pushed back 3 months because of the pandemic. So some important dates: August 11th, enumerators are coming to our community. And these are people that are going to knock on the doors. If you haven't responded, somebody's going to come and knock on your door and get you to fill out the census form. Now, you still can fill out the census form on phone until the census is actually over, which is the 31st of October. So it doesn't mean if you haven't done it yet, you still have the opportunity to. But if you don't do it, somebody's going to come and knock on your door to get you to fill it out. Next slide, please. We've done a lot of things to this point to get the word out. We've participated in parades, dozens of speaking engagements. We've been working with the billboard company to get multimedia signs up on the lights. But what can we do now? We're still focused on promoting this. It's been difficult. We had planned some face-to-face events, but of course those aren't as easy to do these days. So we're looking at other promotions. We're going to put an advertisement or market the utility bills again. Those reach a lot of people in the community. We are working at their properties. We are working with other things that we're working. Facebook page, we're doing a drawing. It shows you response to feelings for and coloring books for kids. If kids buy into it, they'll get their parents to buy into it. Looking at different things. This is a big challenge, but I think one of the things that really would be helpful is if people would call their friends, just call 10 friends and tell them how important the census is to our community, and have them call 10 friends. Ask them if they've filled out their census form, and if they haven't, tell them how to do it. It's very easy. They can find out how to fill it out. It takes about 10 minutes. It's very simple. It's private. You know, nobody's going to come after your information. This is just for statistical use, but it's very important to the community. Next slide, please. That may be it. No, okay. So this is information about our Facebook page and about the contest or the drawing. And if you have any questions of me, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Forgy.
Welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, since we are approaching the deadline for the numerators will come and knock on your door, since we do have 2 more meetings as next 2 meetings and continue to drill at home the importance of it, and that I think we need to do a better way. There's a hard number to count. And when that 31% is been, and I think in the South Side, it may be just above 10% more than that we certainly need to continue to do something here. Because with the coronavirus, I would say a lot of individuals are not mind boggling, but they are not concerned about the census and trying to get a huge percentage of peoples of color, and especially in the South percentage of Hispanic, that they are sort of reluctant to submit it because there's all this going on about custom immigration coming in. So we need to try to definitely emphasize that zip code 31771, where you have a large undercount of citizens in this. I get it back to the headquarters. That's it.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, sir. No questions. I would just say any additional, as Commissioner Howard mentioned, just any additional marketing we might could do over these next few weeks, I think would be beneficial.
Thank you. Commissioner Fletcher?
No comments.
Commissioner Warmington?
Yeah, no comment.
Commissioner Langstaff?
No comment.
Commissioner Young?
Yes, sir. I'd just like to applaud Mr. Forgy and Complete Count Committee for the work they've done in the community to get the word out about the census. I'd also like to, stress to the community to get your census in, and also to our young people to, if you know your parents, grandparents have not filled out the census form, please help them do that. You can do that very easily with your smartphone and just take 15 minutes to do that. And we know the coronavirus kind of precluded us from doing a lot of things to get out the word, but just, use that technology to get those census forms in. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was on a conference call last week. I think I've missed a couple, but I'm not going to miss any more. The Complete Count Committee, Mr. Forgy arranged it. Ms. Miller, I think she's one of the co-chairmen of the statewide Complete Count Committee, and very interesting, very informative. This idea that Mr. Forgy just mentioned, 10 people, everybody was, I think, tactic utilized with some success in Atlanta. Is that what Ms. Miller said?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Young just said, and Commissioner, the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, you can't disagree with it, but I don't think that's enough. And that's what Ms. Miller was explaining. She said, typically, people, the households who have not responded will get a notice, is my understanding, that if you don't respond by August 11th, that we're going to send an enumerator to your home. Typically increases the response rate by about 5%, I think she said. And I believe she said that leaders will increase the response at only 70% response rate. We can do better. What I'm really interested in are these proposals, and not to belabor the issue, but things that you don't the nation needed. And Ms. Miller said the one is you notices at Salvation Army, at provide meals, community, people who are trust community. Another issue, Ford mentioned it, the undocumented aliens. It makes sense to me. I mean, I would understand an undocumented would be reluctant to or participate, but it's 62 or 70 for this information is available to. So in that respect, undocumented aliens are completely immune from any. To get that message out, it has trusted in that community. And so that's why we have to utilize. And then the other thing I didn't know, college students who had their prime many on April 2nd of this year be counted. There's a to do, but I think we're going to the complete count. This idea that Mr. Forgy mentioned out in the community for all others, make sure that ours is. But any Mr. Forgy?
No, sir, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity because it's for the community, and I'll be happy to come back anytime. We are getting some with our census logo on them. We'd be happy to distribute them to you all and for you to wear them around the community.
I think probably we need to get some of these influencers, people in the working Hispanic community. They could distribute those to folks may have not responded of today.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Forgy.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next item, it is purchase of what I call body cameras. These are called integrated camera system. Chief personally can explain that to us. And
$1,000 with Motorola through a state contract, and we'll let Chief Persley tell you all about the in-car and body-worn camera system.
But before Chief speaks, the one question is this a, what do you call it, sole provider? Or did y'all solicit bids, or how did that work?
Through a state contract, so no, we did not solicit bids. The state contract is the bid.
Okay, so when you go through have a sole provider, then you're just utilizing.
Well, what they do is bid thing. The state does, and people to bid on, for companies to bid, and makes contracts with these individuals who bid. So then we buy from what the state does the bid process. We buy off of their contracts.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Chief.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners. I won't belabor the point any further. On the line, we have representatives from Motorola and WatchGuard, along with our local rep, Stephen Woodham, from Mobile Communication, Glenn Hendry, the local sales rep for Motorola, Glenn McQuarrie, who's a Motorola account executive, and the person who will be leading this presentation will be Mr. Chris Mauser from WatchGuard. So, Chris, go ahead.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission members. Thank you, Chief, for the time. Can everybody hear me okay?
I can, yes, sir.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. Just a little quick background. I'm not going to take very much time here. I'll take whatever questions y'all may have by all means, but just real quick, WatchGuard has been purchased by Motorola Solutions last year. WatchGuard is the leading in-car camera manufacturer for law enforcement and a leading provider for body-worn cameras for law enforcement. And we've been in business for about 15 years before Motorola acquired us. So now we're part of the Motorola family, which kind of has us fall under their umbrella, which helps in several different ways. But next slide, Chief, if you don't mind. Just want to give you a little background on your current situation. In your current situation, you have your current fleet of in-car cameras was purchased from Motorola in 2012. The original version was purchased in 2012. The manufacturer's support is no longer available for the system. Motorola Solutions and Mobile Communications of Albany, your local provider there, are keeping the systems operational to the best of their ability. The city has gotten a lot of use out of the systems, exceeded the life expectancy of the system. So definitely kudos to for the systems as they have. Next slide, Chief. So the proposed solution, what we're providing for you would be 90 of the WatchGuard 4E, which is the 4E is the name of the in-car camera system, integrated with 90 WatchGuard V300 body-worn cameras. So it's an integrated solution, meaning the in-car cameras work in conjunction with the body-worn cameras. And you can see the two pieces on the right over there. But when I say, and what I mean by in conjunction, it's basically when the in-car camera comes on, the body-worn camera comes on as well. The body-worn camera activates, the in-car camera comes on as well. And from an officer standpoint, they're really just interfacing, for the most part, they're interfacing with the in-car camera system, which is controlling both devices. If they're out of range of the in-car camera system, and the body-worn camera is the only view, I guess, you're going to get, there is controls on the body-worn camera itself to start and stop and categorize the video. So it's a contained unit, but it's an integrated unit, but it's not required to be integrated with the system. The other that is in the proposed solution are 90 what we call car detector mobile software applications. So this would actually allow your front camera, if you look on the right, the little small camera on the bottom, gives the ability to read the license plates of the cars in front of the system, in front of the car. It'll take a picture of the license plate, and it will alert the officer before they get out of the car on the traffic stop if this vehicle is part of an investigation, or I'm not say part of investigation, but more part of a wanted person, related to a wanted person. So from an officer safety perspective, something that automates that process, keeping their head up in the vehicle, automates the process of them finding out before they even get out of the car if there's a possible threat based on the known vehicle being part of that threat. And as well as part of this, I'm sorry, Chief, can you go back one more slide? I apologize, sir. The other piece of that is replacing four of your current aged mobile license plate readers as part of that. The package, 5-year support for the license plate readers and in-car cameras, and 3 years of support for the body-worn cameras, which is the industry standard out there. For 3 years for body-worn cameras, 5 years for in-car and license plate readers. So when you see the support mechanisms in place, that's typically the life expectancy of the devices themselves. Those are industry standard. And then, of course, the local installation support provided by Mobile Communications of Albany. Next slide, please, Steve. The goals of this transaction are to really increase transparency, increase officer efficiency, increase officer safety, and of course, be fiscally responsible. Next slide, Chief. When we mean by increased transparency, the goal is to replace that age video system that's supported locally for the past 8 years. The new system has new capabilities, of course. It has 3 cameras per vehicle now and 1 camera on the officer. So you have 1 camera that's able to be turned to be able to get things, specific things, in front of the vehicle. And then you also have a camera that is a wide angle. So a lot of things that happen around the vehicle are not necessarily happening right in front of the vehicle. It's more of a wide angle view, so you can see more of what's happening around the vehicle. And then, of course, the body-worn camera. The 3rd camera inside the vehicle is to really cover for transports. So when a person is put into custody and transported to jail or just in custody for interviews, there's a recording in place that's happening inside the vehicle as well. So it's protecting the city, protecting the officer, protecting the citizen for sure. The other thing that's kind of unique, and you'll see, as everybody's probably seen on TV, on the news, of one of the great things about body-worn cameras, you see the point of view of what the officer's seeing, but a lot of times what you don't see is because of different officer shapes, male, female, what have you, the camera doesn't necessarily get exactly what you're thinking it's going to get because the angle of the body-worn camera is pointed a different way. This technology actually allows the camera to be adjusted up or down to fit the officer's body, and wherever the officer can mount it on the front of the officer, the lens can just move up and down to be able to get the video you're looking for. Now that's set when you check out the device or when that's assigned to the person. So it's not going to follow the officer by any means, but it is more adept to be able to get the ideal view based on the typical officer, based on the officer's body type, specific body type. The other unique technology that this provides is the ability to what we call record after the fact, which is patented technology. But if you all think about what we're seeing in the news is you see it often, an agency, a city, a county invest a lot of money in a body-worn camera program, an in-car camera program, and that critical incident that happens, you expect to have that video. And a lot of times what happens is when an officer has to maybe pull a weapon or do something, go hands-on with an individual, a lot of times the officer does not have time, physically have time, to hit the record button before this incident starts. And you'll see it all over the place. When the headlines happen, the city invested all this money in body-worn cameras, but the video's not there. The video's not there. Why? Because the officer was under stress. He didn't have time to hit the record button, or didn't expect anything to happen based on a normal interaction he always has. And he has to go hands-on or use deadly force, so the last resort, of course. And the video is not there. So what the record after the fact does is it allows the agency to go back in time and grab that event, whether the officer had time to initiate or not. Completely covering, it completely covers the citizens. You see the whole video, you see the whole event, whether the officer had time to do it or not. It covers the city from the lawsuits. And of course, it covers the officer and the police department. So it's a fail-safe that other times you hear about things being triggered from tasers, from duty belts. This is the ultimate trigger in terms of it being able to get the video no matter what. So you all can rest assured that if you're going to invest all this money into this technology, you'll get the video you need when you need it. So like I said, that is one of the biggest differentiators between us and the other thing for increased transparency is videos are stored in a secure CGIS certified cloud environment. So there's less day-to-day management resources on your city IT, but more importantly, the video secured environment up there in the cloud. And increased transparency, meaning anytime that video is accessed, there's a marker made in the chain of custody that as to who accessed it and where they accessed it from, what they did to the video, whether they shared it with somebody, given the permissions, of course, whether they downloaded it or whether they just played it. It's all tracked in the chain of custody. And the other thing with increased transparency now, videos are very easily to be shared via email link now, as opposed to having the citizens have to come into the department to view the videos or put a burden on the officers or your record staff to be able to export videos and share via DVD, which it still has that capability, but it's not required anymore. It's really governed by policy how y'all do that. So next slide, Chief. Another big thing that should always be considered with a program, a video program, would be really, how is this going to increase my efficiency? Officers are taxed with a lot of things to do out there in the field nowadays. A lot of it's administrative. And this actually gives them the ability to kind of stay out in the street longer because they're not going to be spending much time managing their in-car body-worn cameras. The upload when you come back to the station securely uploads via wireless, or they could come inside the station and drop their body-worn cameras inside the transfer station if they want. But typically, the ability in a critical event, the ability for command staff in a critical event to be able to get that video quick is there as well. They take that camera, they dock it inside the station and inside a secure dock, and within minutes, that video can be in the hands of the command staff for the people that need to be videoing. These are all huge technological improvements over where y'all are today. Another huge issue out there with body-worn cameras may not be apparent to everybody on the call here today, but a big issue with body-worn cameras is batteries. Batteries running out during the shift, 12-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts, 8-hour shifts that are out there that officers are having to work or routinely work, given the ability to provide them a field swappable battery. So the battery can be removed in the field and swapped in the field without having to come back to the station to get a new body camera or to come back and charge it for a while. It can be done out in the field. And all included in this per package is, in this proposal is one extra battery for each officer as well. Going along the lines of the increased efficiency, video categories from the cars and body-worn, videos are categorized in the car from the body-worn cameras. So instead of having the officers have to come back to the station at the end of the shift to categorize videos or to link videos together, it's done automatically in the car. So when the videos start in the car, whether it's with the lights, whether it's with speed, whether it's with crash, whether it's with the officer triggering the record button inside the vehicle, when they stop the video inside the car, the body camera stops as well. And the same category goes on the body-worn cameras too. So again, increased efficiency, keeping the officers out in the street longer than instead of having to go back to the station to categorize videos. It's all done automatically. Then of course, when they pull back in the station, it transfers wirelessly. Again, nobody touching it. Local installation and service support by Mobile Communications of Albany. Local provider that can do everything for you right there, as opposed to having the city vehicles drive 30 to 40 miles outside the city. They're right here in the city for y'all. Next, increase officer safety. This is a huge thing out there as well. So updated in-car cameras, additional body-worn cameras protects the public, it protects the city, and of course it protects the officer wearing the cameras. So we already talked a little bit about the record after the fact technology. That's making sure you get that video when you really need that video. It's there. You have both the in-car and body-worn cameras. And then, of course, we talked about this earlier as well. Automatically reading the license plate in front of the vehicle, potential dangerous situation, before the officer leaves the vehicle. Next slide, Chief. And responsible, of course. We talked about this was mentioned before the meeting, but the National Association of State Procurement Officers in Georgia State contract. That's where this equipment's offered that contract. We're giving you a credit of $69,000 for existing body-worn cameras that were originally included at $0. During that, providing an $66,000 for a 66 for a large pricing. Workplace readers, we purchased those in 2012 as well. We are going to take that under the Motorola Solutions umbrella. We're placing that at no dollars to you all. to upgrade you to the latest technology and covering you all for 5 years of support on it as well. And like I said many times before, the local service and support from mobile communications, helping Albany support local business and your local economy, of course. Next slide, Chief. Wraps it up. So whatever question you answer, you go.
I have a question for the chief.
Okay.
Chief, good morning.
Sir.
After we approve that and for it, would the purchase would it be installed and on the individual?
No, sir. We will. I can't say they will be installed. One thing we need to do is make sure all the trained on the use of the body camera and the in-car. But we want to use the lessons learned to ensure that it's a seamless process. Also, the policy that we have, we're retweaking our current in-car and body-worn camera policy. Say that I think Glenn and Chris can kind of better explain it. I do think can start next month, but the process of getting the equipment will start. I tell you by October 1st, unless it is reasonable, that we will be in full operation with these systems.
And another question, will these cameras be installed in Krug Squad and the gang task force?
Not with the drug unit, as the drug unit is a separate entity. The gang unit is part of the police department. So this is primarily going to our unit, the personnel, those people who have the most on a day-to-day basis.
So you say it will not gang task force?
Task force, because that is part of uniform patrol.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, what other cities in Georgia are using this system?
Chris or Glenn? Chris, you're on mute.
*67, Chris.
Thanks. Sorry about that, guys. City of Ackworth, Canton, Carrollton, we can provide a customer list we want. Georgia County PD, Douglasville PD, Georgia State Patrol has their entire fleet outfitted with these in-car cameras. Holly Springs, Valdosta State University, Woodstock, there's well over 85 to 90 agencies in the state of Georgia using them alone.
Okay, good deal. And then how new, and it seems very techno, the tech seems really recent, but how recent is this equipment?
Sure, the in-car cameras, this platform of in-car cameras has been available since 2012, and its iterations of that particular platform keep continuing. So the latest, direct, I guess the latest your exact model that you'd be purchasing, the in-car camera has been out since 2018, and for the body-worn cameras, this version of our body-worn cameras has been out since May. So this is a newer platform for the body-worn cameras, but this is our third iteration of body-worn cameras.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Mr. Fletcher?
Chief, does our drug force unit use any cameras?
Well, they have been, WatchGuard has been a vendor for the drug unit for the past, I would say almost 10 years. I don't know if it's integrated like what we're requesting, but they have been using it.
Okay, maybe later on down the line, we can just get a price on what it would take to equip them with the same camera. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything further?
No, sir, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Mr. Warrington?
Yeah, Chris, one question, and you might have, but so as an officer is being recorded or is recording, is it real time? Do they have a tablet with them or at their car that they can go back and review? Or, you know, for instance, can the chief downtown, as an incident has happened, can they see what's happening on site? You know, so can it be used real time, or is it just recording and going to the cloud for later use?
Yeah, no, good question, sir. Thank you. The does have the ability, the in-car camera system does have the ability to do live streaming. It is really through on your cell network and your critical information going back to the cell network, because you'd be streaming over a cell at that point, large amounts of data to do it. Body-worn camera does not. This particular setup does not include. The body-worn camera does not have the capability to stream as is happening. The actually in the vehicle, the from the in-car camera in the vehicle, and our device with in-car with Android and iOS devices to be able to review after they've been recorded in the field. That is included. I don't know if that will be implemented or not.
Okay, so footage is held in the car itself. It's not being downloaded real time. It's downloaded like when they pull into the station or through a Wi-Fi system.
That's correct, sir. Yes, sir. It is held in the vehicle until they get back to the station and uploads via wireless. There is redundant drives if the concern is for video loss. There is redundant drives that the video is being stored to.
Okay. So the reviewing on site with the chief to decide in terms of policy if we in fact want to have that as a policy, but it's available if we want to use that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Langstaff?
Is there any ability that the Georgia State Patrol utilizes with their cameras than ours? I mean, you mentioned that there was a capability that ours do not have. I just wanted to know if there was, if they were using a better technology or if it's the same thing.
No, they're actually using the same technology in the vehicle. They do not have body-worn cameras. Different setup for y'all being together in this scenario. Georgia State Patrol cameras today manage and upload their videos a lot different than you all was proposed today. So the way that they do it, actually pull a drive out of the vehicle, and the assistant at the takes that drive, uploads it to a little cache device or server to the cloud. In your situation to the station, there's no hands on it. It just uploads wirelessly, which uploads to the cloud.
Okay.
And so in terms of
that's all I
this
got.
would be, yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Now, how much, I guess, support staff do you anticipate that the police department would need to admit?
It's kind of hard to say, to be honest. I would expect, because every city is a little bit different. And it really comes down to how many FOIA requests, Freedom of Information Act requests with this technology. The system has the ability, including the package, is the ability to do redaction. So they can redact out the faces automatically. It's not perfect, but it's still a manual process, automated to a certain extent, but it will redact out faces, redact out pertinent information, personally identifying information, redact out children's faces, and redact out whatever information might be caught on the mobile data computer inside the vehicle, so the police vehicle from the officer-borne camera. So it does all of that automatically for you. So I can't really speak to the amount of staff you would need, particularly to your agency, but I think maybe the chief might be able to speak better to that in terms of how it may affect you guys locally.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. That's one of the things that with these open record requests, it will process the department working with the city attorney's office and the TAC department. We're looking at minimal personnel that will have to be when it arises. In other words, we're going to use the technology as best we can to help with these requests. So I have 2 people in the department. One, my records clerk, who is our record retention expert for everything. And I have another officer who is over our special operations unit in the, he's one of the project managers on this. So it wouldn't take, the only amount of time it would take is just the man hours to get the information that is requested today, operations of it. All the command staff will have access to do the auditing, all the way down to the shift commander. So by using technology, we won't have to use people to manage the system.
Okay.
Get that answer question, sir.
Yes, sir. And it probably needs to be a little bit more further discussion because just candidly, I was given some information early on in my tenure that the current system that we have now is possibly inoperable or has been for quite a while, and that is affecting some of the cases that are needing to be adjudicated and processed. And I'm trying to figure out if that's a problem with staffing or is it a problem with the equipment itself.
No, sir, it's not. It was more of a problem with the equipment. Hurricane Michael damaged the system, and that's what we had been working to replace. When in regards to access for information for cases, as stated in this, sharing a link is a whole lot easier than having to download video to thumb drives or CD-ROMs. Another part of the process is things that we've experienced in the past is that making sure that the courts have the same type of video system that can monitor our videos. We know that was a problem in the past, but this will be another part that we will have worked out that whether it's the courts through whichever side they need the access to the video, it's a whole lot easier for them to use a link than us having to download it to a thumb drive or a CD-ROM.
And the last question on that particular note, are you working with Attorney Davis to make sure those systems are in compliance with what we need for state of Georgia, or what the state of Georgia requires as far as the monitoring of those type of video systems?
That's the part I mentioned about the policy. Once we have once we come up with our final policy, Mr. Davis will be involved in it to see if it meets any kind of legal barriers. We're also making sure we're starting with the foundation for CALEA requirements because, as mentioned, what are the best practices when using these video systems? is where we start with our foundation. But we do want to make sure that we've covered as many bases as possible because there's no need to not take advantage of lessons learned from other agencies.
Okay, and I know you will, Chief, but I want to be sure that I guess whatever community apparatus that we have that's involved with developing those policies is also put into the process of in terms of how that is kind of redeveloped. Shocked that we had a body cam for APD, all of these incidents that we've had around the country going back to 2015. I did that for APD. And then that kind of leads me to my next question for you mentioned the trigger for the camera. How does that terms of what the officer is able to because I've heard of incidents of officers turning off cameras and things like that, but how much individual officer have over the camera, the body camera?
Yes, the body worn camera. It's going to come on at the same time that the in-car camera comes on, and the in-car camera is going to be triggered via hitting the record button in the car. It's being triggered via the overhead lights. It's being triggered at a speed, reach a certain speed. If the vehicle's in a crash, it'll be triggered. It can be triggered from an auxiliary trigger as well, such as a shotgun or some kind of high-powered gun in the vehicle with it, which is fairly standard in some deployments. But anytime the in-car camera can come on too. But in addition to that, the body-worn camera, you have the ability to hit the button on that body-worn camera itself. So if you're outside the vehicle and something happens, you're not recording. You can hit that button on the device itself to start recording.
But they also can they also turn it off though?
Yeah, they absolutely definitely be able to turn the video off, as you don't want to have, maybe you do, but you don't. Typically what we see out there is, in all the agencies we deal with, is when the incident clears, they hit the stop button inside the car. They categorize the video inside the car, and that same category goes to the camera. But keep in mind, we talked about earlier that record after the fact functionality. So if for whatever reason that video is turned off accidentally or turned off intentionally, you will have the ability to video and see what happened.
Oh, okay. So turn it off is still recording? Is that what you're saying? How are they?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Me recording, it records a certain buffer back, about 23-hour buffer back.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess, did you want to speak to that? Where I asked you about the community involvement. We do, and I guess that's another quick question you can answer as far as I think it was a citizens review board that you had active with the police department.
It is. We do have civilian review board. It hasn't been active. It's my intentions to start that back up. In regards to citizen input in our policies, to be honest, sir, that will be one of the first that I have permanent. For I will say for certain can be high liability, maybe one that we take in front of I definitely want I would love the input of the committee because when you talk about some people feel and they may not want officer with cameras. We have to have a policy of how we're going to approach that. And the thing too, when you mentioned about the cameras, a lot of it is about the behavior. If we have the right behavior, then the camera is only going to reinforce the behavior. There was a case recently in North Carolina where bad behavior by officers was caught on the camera, and those officers were they were fired for their bad behavior. There have been other cases in Baltimore, Maryland, same thing. So this gives us an opportunity that we talk about accountability. We do go back and monitor what happened and things that we can do at random. But yes, sir, I will take community input into it, because I just want to make sure that we do cover as many angles. We may not be able to use all, but any information is welcome.
Thank you. That's all.
Yes, sir.
My concern, Chief, is just that the Albany-Daugherty drug unit is using some kind of different technology, particularly insofar as there's a question of, no-knock entry, and I assume they're doing most of that. If it's being done at all in Daugherty County, and I've expressed my concerns over the years. Albany-Daugherty drug unit, we have police officers over there. They still work for us, and ultimately we're responsible for them. And it's just another example of those guys sort of being excluded from our policies and procedures. And I just want to make sure that they understand, the officers at the Albany-Daugherty drug unit who work for the Albany Police Department, that they are Albany police officers.
Yes, sir, they do. As a matter of fact, the policy of the drug unit is that they mainly have operational policies, but each officer is held accountable by their parent agency. So when it comes to, there may be something that is allowable with Daugherty County PD, but it's not allowable by the city of Albany. So they fall back on the parent agency when it comes to certain disciplinary and other procedural actions. But I do know the officers do, mainly the interdiction unit has. They do use the in-car cameras, and they do have body cameras. Like I said before, I don't know if it's integrated. There's integrated as a system that we're acquiring. And this can be part of future discussion as we, depending on how this project works out, sir, that we can expand this to other areas, not just the drug unit, but also to investigations in that aspect, sir.
And can we make sure that the officers with Albany-Daugherty drug unit understand that the camera should be activated whenever they conduct a no-knock search?
I will take that to the board, sir. That's why I do know the officers on the interdiction unit, the investigators themselves, they don't have body-worn cameras, but the officers who do the interdiction work. I will take this matter back to the board and discuss it with them about purchasing body cameras for all officers who are assigned to the drug unit.
Well, my concern, Chief, was that the cameras are activated, the ones they have, when they conduct a no-knock search.
I will get back with you on that, sir, on if they do use the cameras on search.
Okay, thank you.
But that would mean everybody would have to have a camera. Yes, sir.
Okay. Any further questions for Mr. Mauser or the Chief on the body?
Questions?
Commissioner Langstaff?
Commissioner Langstaff?
Worthington, no.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Worthington?
Nothing.
Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing.
Commissioner Young?
did I hear that we were going to be also considering some software that goes with this system for purchase? I thought I heard that when this was announced.
It comes with the camera.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm just saying, is that a separate approval or something? Okay.
No, sir.
That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
We're gonna go past noon. Isn't there an ordinance vote to go past noon? Well, items on the next agenda, I think we ought to repeal that ordinance. That'd be my recommendation. But for items, I would entertain a motion to extend the meeting beyond noon.
And extend it to 1 o'clock if needed.
I second that. Any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
No discussion.
Any vote?
1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just said one I would love to be out by 12:15. So if you want a motion, I will.
Please do.
Okay. 12:15, I will do a modification.
With that, Commissioner Fuller?
Yes.
Commissioner Fletcher?
Yes.
Commissioner Worthington?
Yes.
Commissioner Lang? Commissioner Young?
Yes.
Mayor votes yes.
Next item is the contract with the Albany Humane Society.
I can hear you, Mayor.
The Microsoft Software Licensing Enterprise Agreement. Ms. Fields is speaking to that.
This item to renew a new agreement with Microsoft through Dell. I'll tell you that the numbers presented in the item need to be adjusted and the block of licenses that were on. The new numbers for first year expenditure.
Your sound is not clear. I don't know if it's on my end, but I can't hear you.
I do hear a lot of.
It's picking up background noise from somebody, so just everybody make sure you're muted.
That better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is for the first year expenditure would be $308,735.46 for a 3-year total of $926,206.38. The county does share in this this expense. The city pays it and the county reimburses it. Mr. Carter is available to discuss anything that you have, any questions you have about.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
No question.
Commissioner Fuller?
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Worthington? Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Langstaff?
Nothing.
Commissioner Young?
No, I don't have any questions.
The numbers, Ms. Field, in my presentation are 298 for the first year and $894 for the 3 years.
Yes, sir. I explained that probably in a time when all that background noise was happening.
Uh-huh.
We had, when we made the agenda item, there was a block of 10 licenses were left off. So the new numbers will be presented, will be provided to you for the 28th. The agenda item will be adjusted. And the numbers I gave you are the new numbers and the correct numbers. But we'll make the adjustment before the 28th.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Carter, do you have anything to add?
Okay. He's on mute. He's on mute.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Fields or Mr. Carter?
I want to ask Mr. Carter. Okay.
Hold on. Can we go around the...
No question, Mr. Carter.
Mr. Fuller?
No, sir.
Mr. Fletcher?
No questions.
Mr. Warrington?
Nothing.
Mr. Langstaff?
Nothing.
Mr. Young?
Yes, I want to ask Mr. Carter. It's been a while since I've done this stuff, but are you purchasing this by seat license, or you're purchasing this by machine license? If they're still even doing.
Yeah, you still have the option to do either, and we're purchasing by seat. This is by person.
Seat, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all the question I have.
Thank you. Now, the Albany Humane Society, the proposed contract, Chief Pursley?
Yes, sir, Mayor. We're bringing to you the Board of Commissioners again. This is the contract with the Humane Society. We have been working off of the previous contract, and due to cost expenditures, they are requesting they provide a contract with an increased amount. Mr. Davis was at 56, I think it's $56,000 increase from the from the last contract that we had with them. And Mr. Davis has been working with their attorney on discussing the requirements of the contract.
Ms. Davis, you want to speak to the specifics of the agreement?
No, sir. The terms of the agreement, except for the monetary terms, haven't changed. The Humane Society's duties are still the same to, they're building, pay their own utilities, etc. So all of this is for the services. They were custodians and handling the animals sent to or picked up, I'll say, by Capers and his group. Run the impounds and provide all the services to carry out their task of keeping up with the animals and other things they have to do. At paragraph 9, power to humanely euthanize animals is, I would say, too sick and that type of thing. And they, paragraph 10, they agree to make sure pertinent state and federal rules and regulations, and that's an important responsibility. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions?
Nathan.
Yes, sir.
Do we pick up animals out of the just on Doherty County?
No, sir, we don't. It's limits.
Of the city, right?
Yes, sir.
What would happen if someone were to bring a dog to Humane Society? Would they just check the license plate?
I'm not sure how they handle. I don't know if they accept outside. Sorry.
Okay.
Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
This is Mr. Capers. What they normally do is they check the license of people that bring in dogs, but they do take them from other places. But if it's not in the city, I will not accept it on the city charges.
Is that it?
Mayor Pro Tem. Anything further? Commissioner Fuller?
Yes, sir. Chief, I apologize if you answered this when you were speaking. It was breaking up. I couldn't hear you well. This is a 35% increase. I noticed it says they have kept the same rate since 2010. Is that increase due to more animals at this time, or is that just due to it's been 10 years?
Both. They have their expenses have gone up in maintaining the animal shelter, and they are taking in more animals than previous. So we had started discussions last year after the budget had been approved, but we held off until this year for any further increases.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's
so. Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
Yeah, Chief, not to belabor our 1 hour discussion that started our meeting, but there is a section for dangerous dogs with bite cases. So one of the statements that says that once an animal is turned over to the Humane Society, it becomes their property. So when we impound an animal, like we talked about this morning, do we monitor or can they just adopt that dog anywhere, or does the whole thing of the insurance and the surety bond follow? If I want to go adopt a dog that had bitten somebody, then do I accept all of that comes? How do we manage all that from our discussion this morning? I'm just curious.
Well, primarily, sir, that would be on the Humane Society, especially if outside of it being a dangerous dog. If it is just a stray that we impound upon the streets, once the Humane Society does all the necessary medical needs that the animal may have, then that process they can put the animal up for adoption. Now, of course, if it's a dangerous dog or any dangerous animal, then that will animals who are impounded are strays that we found on the street.
Okay. Just my concern is if we are animal control has a dog that's considered a dangerous dog, that dog can't be adopted, or it won't be returned to the owner without the City of Albany Police Department involved.
From my understanding, with the Animal Control Board, at the point that the animal is turned over. Now, if it is a dangerous dog, as stated, those that have been denied, the majority of those animals were euthanized. So if it is turned back over to the owner, then yes, the animal, to my understanding, coordinates that with the police department to ensure that the animal is euthanized, and it shouldn't have been turned back over to the owner. We do keep checks on that as part of the follow-up of cases, especially if it may be a court-ordered decision. But as discussed earlier, I think one of the things the commission is looking for is to make sure that we do keep checks on that as part of the follow-up of cases, especially if it is some things that are solidified between the whole process of ensuring that there are no gaps to where the animal is returned back to the owner without any prior knowledge of the police department / animal control and also the board.
And I guess if an owner is indicating that they're wanting to get this dangerous dog back under our rules, they can board the dog there as long as they want to and pay the fee of boarding until such time as our animal control verifies that they already talked. So I think Mr. Capers was trying to speak. Somebody was talking. Is that right?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
So somebody was speaking there that was trying to, maybe I was hearing things.
No, that was feedback from something else.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all I got. Thanks.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young? For me, this has been better if we'd address this during the budget.
Yes, sir. That was one of the things we were pushing for. From Humane Society, when they bring the contract to, that's why, like I said, Mr. Davis and they're back and forth with this agreement to make sure that it was one comparable on both parts. But yes, sir, I would have felt a little bit better if they could have helped solidify some things prior to.
Okay, Nathan, this is a statutory duty the city has. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, shouldn't it say in this agreement that the Humane Society understands they have to comply with the Open Records Act?
We ask them for records. Yeah.
If they're, it's my understanding, if they're performing the statute that the city's obligated to perform, then sure that they're complying with the Open Records. Isn't that correct?
His mute is on.
And also, I did want to point out that in the past it had been made on a quarterly basis, and 3 and 13 now on a monthly basis.
Okay.
I want to point that out. Thank you.
Yes, sir, up here.
Ms. Capers, tonight, we went out of town for a few days, and our dog, these firecrackers, apparently she got out Saturday night, and hopefully she's at the Humane Society. But if she's out there, we're going to have to pay a charge for boarding her for the time she's been out there, correct?
Correct. $10 per day.
Okay, and that money goes to the Humane Society. That doesn't go back to the city, does it?
No, it goes to the Humane Society. You're correct.
And so there's no credit for whatever revenue the Humane Society gets from dogs that are claimed, whatever the term is.
They collect all the funds, sir.
And we don't know how much that is per annum.
No, unless we request open records. I'm sure they should have it on the records.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm thinking if we pay them another 25%, we probably, what revenue, but I guess if we can get that information, I'd appreciate it.
We have a number that we never go over. I think it's 3,900.
Yeah,
I believe that's correct. But we never went over.
No, what I'm
number.
saying, Mr. Capers, is what amount of revenue Humane Society generate per year from payment of owners have been taken to the Humane Society.
Okay, I'll request that information, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I understand what you're saying, is that something is that an annual or report, or would you want a more regular feedback decided in written form.
No, Chief, I'm not trying to be difficult. I know they do a great service like that, Humane Society, and I know financially, like a lot of nonprofits, they're struggling to make it. But I would, just for my information, I'd like to know, we're paying them amount of money. I would also like to know what their revenue is from animals that are in there every year.
Yes, sir.
Just last year would be, and they might tell us, well, we don't separate that out, but I think they probably should if they're performing this service for us.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion? The last item on the agenda is a millage rate discussion. Mr. Brown.
Digest before we put the agenda together for this meeting, but we do plan on bringing it back next Tuesday evening for you. And what we have is basically the option of rolling back the millage rate again for 6, which is what we'll be recommending to comply with adopting the millage rate. And if you're rolling it back, we have to advertise history 7 days in advance. And so we did that in the Albany Herald on Sunday, posted as well to meet that requirement. If the board decided to go in a different direction, which would basically equate to a 0.63% tax increase. So when that is presented next Tuesday, if the board decides, well, we'd rather do that, then we would have to have public hearings. I think a few weeks ago, Commissioner Warrington had asked about the public. Erroneously said we would only have to have one if we roll the millage rate back to advertise the 5-year history. And so we met that requirement, and so we'll be coming to you for the decision next Tuesday night.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions for Mr. Brown?
No questions.
No questions.
Commissioner Fletcher?
No questions.
Commissioner Warrington?
Nothing.
Commissioner Langstaff? Commissioner Young?
No questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. That's all. And now we have an update from Augusta University regarding antibody testing. Chief Scott?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mayor, City Commission. We're here this afternoon to update you on our partnership with Augusta University, antibody testing in Albany and Dougherty County. Our task force subcommittee, City Manager Sharon Subadan, Dougherty County Administrator, School Superintendent Kenneth Dyer, as well as Mr. Scott Steiner, President and CEO of Phoebe Putney Health Systems, and myself. Of course, set out under the you, Mr. Mayor, and to review antibody testing for the county. Just as a reminder, testing is a blood test that can detect previously infected with COVID-19. The antibodies suggest you have been exposed and your body developed the blood proteins needed for the infection. The antibody test may not be able to show current presence of the virus like you might experience with a nasal or throat swab test, because it can take 1 to 3 weeks to develop antibodies after symptoms occur. Some of the pros for antibody testing research suggests that many effectively show how symptoms. So antibody tests could determining if you had it without knowing. Antibody test results could also help guide your doctor in making about your care. Secondly, antibody testing can be used for disease prevalence. Widespread antibody testing could give recent understanding of how many people have been or infected and how it really is. Researchers can use COVID-19 might affect us in the future, including why some people are more severely impacted. Thirdly, for convalescent plasma therapy. Convalescent therapy uses the blood and antibodies from recovered COVID-19 patients to help treat COVID-19. This testing, of course, is needed for determinations. And then finally, because it helps to help develop, when a vaccine is developed, it imitates infection, and once injected, it helps build natural defense against the infection, creating immunity to the disease. Part includes the production of antibodies. Testing is needed to verify the body's response to a potential. I also want to remind you that of course, the partnership with Augusta, of course, and the entities I mentioned, both the county and Dougherty County school system. The proposal is estimated at a cost of $162,000, split between those various entities. So approximately about $54,000. We have $144,000 for the test, another $18,000 for lodging and meals to make up that cost. I am joined today by Mallory Myers, who is the Vice President and Innovation Officer for Augusta University. We also had Dr. Cool on with us, Chief Medical Officer with Augusta University, but unfortunately, Mr. Mayor, he had to leave because of prior commitments. But that may have or comments about antibody testing in our community, and I hope that I provided a brief just update on what antibody testing is and why we believe that is. So Ms. Myers is well, Mr. Mayor, and you now for any questions or concerns or questions from Ms. Myers.
Ms. Myers, would you like to speak to this issue?
I just echo everything Chief stated, and I'm available to answer any questions that the committee has.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I have no question at this time.
Commissioner Fuller.
No, sir, no questions.
Commissioner Fletcher.
No questions.
Commissioner Worthington.
Yeah, no questions.
Commissioner Langstaff. Commissioner Young.
No questions.
Chief, there was initially some possibility of Augusta University coming back. That's not included in this proposal, I don't guess.
But I'll be happy to defer. That is not a part of this proposal.
Okay.
Ms. Myers, did you have anything to add to the mayor's comments?
I'll follow up in 6 months if the committee desires that, but it is not included in this phase one.
Okay. Okay, thank you. With that, And Chief Scott, thank you for your presentation. I guess we'll vote on this next week. And, oh, Chief, I saw that the county commission, has the school board voted on this yet?
No, sir, I'm not. I'm not taking place. I was present yesterday during the
Thank you. Future
we have us an update on the census account.
Would that be possible, Mr. Collier?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And also, just for some clarity, I received several Facebook pages about a concert that was held out at the drag strip last Saturday night. Some rapper from Atlanta. How did they get a permit? And the city probably was not aware of it since it was in the county.
Do you know what we're talking about?
No, sir. First I've heard about it. I heard it was a concert held at the drag strip and want to know how it was permitted, how it legally happened. I guess in the county.
Well, I had a couple of people contact me and they were pretty irate about it. But I guess we could give them an answer. But what I'll do, Mr. Collier, I'll get you that information. I'll forward it to you. Photograph of the concert.
Yes.
But yeah, it looks like there were a lot of people there. More than 50. And
Nothing at this time.
Commissioner Fletcher,
No, nothing at this time.
Commissioner Worthington,
Nothing.
Commissioner Langstaff, Commissioner Young.
Yes, sir. The situation with the drag strip, I guess, am I misunderstanding the governor's order with the 50 person limit is simply a suggestion and not a regulation anymore?
I'm unsure. I thought it was still in order, but
because the information that I have been given out is that, other than these suggestions that he's been making, everything was pretty much back open, and these venues are free to host whatever events in terms of the occupancy numbers. So, because there have been other things that have happened around, the state that have been, much more than 50 people, and there hasn't been a problem. And I understand what people are getting at, but I just want it to be what the governor's order allows and what we're able to do as a commission. So, branded as, just kind of letting this stuff happen.
well, I mean, I think Mr. Collier, the attorney, can tell us that. I mean, my understanding is you can't have gathering if you don't maintain social distance. I may be wrong. It might be just a recommendation. But if it is just a recommendation, Pro Tem and I need to tell our citizens that this is, there's nothing we as do to control or prohibit this type of gathering. I'll get that information to Mr. Collier. The one thing I'd like to have on the agenda is to repeal this whatever that prevents the city commission meetings from going past 12 o'clock. We'll try to get out sooner if at all possible, but I don't think we need to have to address it every time we have a meeting. But with that, no further business.